Okay. Hey, you guys. So it's Monday. It's my final day being off before I have to go to work tomorrow. So I mainly found myself down such a deep rabbit hole until 8 o'clock this morning that I finally was like, I need to get some sleep. This is pretty intense. So I like slept the majority of the day away. Again, I'm an adult. I can do what I want. And that is how I chose to spend my day off. Um, so I decided because I was sharing this information like 7 in the morning on Discord, and everyone was probably like, Candy has absolutely lost it. Okay, well, I promise you it's not Moses. But I I have been down the rabbit hole, and let me tell you something. I found something. I found something. And as always, I am going to bring it to you guys. I'm going to share with you my rabbit holes like I always do. Hey Susie, hey JK Pioneer. Um so firstly, when I say this and when I share this, I hope it doesn't upset people because I'm not saying it wasn't a physical place on earth or anything like that. If you guys are happy with 9 Mile Hole, and as you can see, there was actually gold that was discovered. We've seen it. We've seen the LLC, everything like that. That is a part of it, 100%. I'm saying that based on what I've been looking into and researching and connecting over the past 7+ years now, with this spirituality and everything like that. One thing I will say is heavens to Betsy, Street has got it figured out. I'm not kidding. It was funny. He was the first person I emailed this morning. And after I sent to him what I sent him, he was like, welcome to the chase. And I'm like, yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And you'll always hear him say, like, but what if land isn't an issue? And I always tease him and stuff. But you guys, I think he's right. Okay, so where do I start with this? How do I even start with it? Allegories. That's where I will start. Okay, allegories. Hey, INFJ. So again, my streams, they will be about 9 times out of 10, they'll be about my research, my theories on what the research represents, little tidbits that I'm picking up through like Shiloh or previous stuff from Fenn, things like that. But this time around, my video is going to be on duality, Forrest, Fenn, and his test on duality. Okay, so why am I talking about this? What's this about? So we all know Forrest said, if you only do one thing with TTOTC, he said, read My War for Me, right? And in My War for Me, there's Omar Khayyam's poem, the Rubaiyat, right? Did you know the Rubaiyat actually translates to mean the poem of God? There's other variations. They say four seasons, stuff like that. But one variation means poem of God. And what's interesting and what's flooring my mind is that I'm sitting here talking to you about God or that in general, because I'm one of the last people you think would be talking about this. But ever since I took on the challenge of following and deciphering and figuring out the origin of Forrest Fenn's treasure chest motif, it has unlocked such a spiritual aspect and rabbit hole that I don't know if I will ever be able to pull myself out of it. It's basically every single time I try to work on something else, it always comes back 2 times fold exactly what it is. And last night, you guys saw me going over the Fisher bloodline, and it was about George Fisher. And the reason why he took the name Fisher is because his name is Fisher. Well, I was in Discord this morning, like I said, and I was going down some more rabbit holes again, especially Wolfram von Echternbach's Parzival that you guys always hear me talking about. Like, if you were originally subscribed to me in the past, you know I talk about Wolfram von Echternbach so many times. I say it probably more than I say the Thrill of Chase at this point. Hey, Zozo. So believe me when I say this is absolutely flooring to me. Okay, absolutely flooring. And I don't even know how to really start it. Okay, so first off, let's talk about the chess motif. I've always been a true believer and a firm believer that the way you start Fenn's real puzzle The real challenge is with the chest motif itself. Hey, Street. I'm going to put the link in. Hold on 1 second. So you start with the chest motif itself. Let me get my link in. Copy. I know Street wants to join this one. He's all pumped up. He's like, finally, Indy's on the right track. I mean, I've been poking around a bit. Don't mind me. Here we go. Okay. Pin message. Hey, Craig. Okay, so where do we start? The chest motif. And what was the chest motif? Who brought it to us first? Well, there's debate. There's talks that Stephanie 30acre brought this to Fenn's attention way back in the day. And Forrest allegedly replied to her and confirmed that the chest that was being recorded and studied in Roger Sherman Loomis's allegorical siege research was in fact his, right? But the main point is that it was an allegory. Okay. And I was listening to something really thought-provoking last night when I was trying to sleep, which clearly did not work because I was like fired up after this. And this channel and this YouTuber was talking about how the Bible itself is an allegory an allegory. And it was really fascinating because it wasn't specifically talking about the Bible that you and I are familiar with. And come on, there's like so many different rewritten variations and banned editions of the Bible. Like we don't know what the real one is. And last night it was funny. Someone in Discord was like, "You're telling me they're trying to keep the Bible from us? Who dare edit the Bible?" I'm like, mankind edit the Bible. And they were talking about how we tend to take everything literally instead of figuratively or symbolically. And the allegory is exactly that, a symbolism of something, right? A connotation. And they were saying how the story of Adam and Eve and the tree of knowledge is pertaining to the human body itself. And it talked about what Jacob's ladder really was the spinal cord. And they were saying what Jesus Christ was also known as Christos, which was the holy oil, the sacred oil. And it talks about how it coincides with the cycles of the moon. And during a certain time, if you're not being scandalous, you're not drinking alcohol, you have the opportunity of that sacred oil to start from your pineal gland down to your spinal cord. And that's what gives you enlightenment and divine consciousness. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. This is so good. And then the person was talking more about allegories. And as he was reading the Bible and talking about like Golgotha, which is the skull, place of the skull, and he's saying like, that's not a place in Jerusalem. It's literally the human body. It's your skull. And it makes sense because the pineal gland is protected by your skull, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I know Forrest was deep into this stuff. He always said he was spiritual, not religious, right? And there's so many things that kept pointing me to all these allegories, including, we know his chest. His chest was an allegory. I feel like that was a huge hint. So then I was looking at everything from an allegorical perspective. And I was like, okay, well, if they're saying Golgotha or whatever, the place of skull is actually our skull and not a place on planet Earth. I'm like, what if Begin It Where Warm Waters Halt wasn't a place on Earth, but it was also pertaining to an allegory? And I started to look it up and I was like, okay, well, what does the word halt mean? Because we're always like, oh, it's a stop, it's this. Well, I looked at it allegorically and it talked about a temporary stop in one's journey. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I was looking at waters plural. And it's always stated that symbolically, like through religion, through time and space, any type of religion you've ever come across or mythology, waters was always life. And I sat there and I was like, Forrest told us he got the idea, the thrill of the chase, the moment he found out he couldn't take it with him and he was diagnosed with cancer. And in the chapter, Peggy Jean, and how he talks about his family was there pulling him out of this really deep depression. And all he could think about was what he's done with his life and what he's leaving behind, which in short is death. And with this allegorical differentiation, I guess you could say, or comparison, it was talking about how the tree of life is actually, again, our body, right? And just like the cycle of a tree, it starts from a seed and then grows into sapling, makes the leaves, and then makes the tree, and then gives us the fruit of the tree, right? And then the fruit of the tree has the seed. So when the fruit drops or shrivels away, you have a seed that gets planted into the earth again and then starts the cycle all over again. So from life follows death, from death comes life. It's a full circle. And I was thinking, okay, well, if he's saying begin it where warm waters halt allegorically, and this all started because of his scare of cancer and his shortened lifespan. And then he even said, oh, I messed up the whole thing because I got better. I wasn't going to die. I'm like, what? So you go back to Omar Khayyam's The Rubaiyat, and talks about how in order to travel this road from someone else, you have to travel it yourself. You can't just follow someone. You have to travel it yourself, right? So long story short, I was like, it's life and death. Like Forrest even said himself that he said, who said all your physical being halts at death? And he even used the word halt. Do you remember that, Street?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the exact quote?
No.
He said, oh my gosh, it's like one of my favorite ones. I forgot because it made me look into the Holy Spirit, because I was like, could it be this? Could it be that? But he was saying, like, who says that your physical being halts at death? And I was like, that's really bold for him to use the word halt about that, right? And then I sat there and I was like, again, halt, I found allegorically means a temporary stop at a journey. And what is the biggest journey of all than life and death? Like he's been telling us since day one. So begin it where warm waters halt, which would be death, or the cycle of death into life, and taking the canyon down. Okay, well, what is the allegorical symbolism behind canyon? Again, you guys could still stick with a physical place on earth. There was gold out there. I'm not knocking that. I'm saying that this was actually a test between our duality, and I'll get to that. But all of a sudden I was like, well, I know the whole point I even got into this was because this person was reading a book, and I want to get a hold of this book more than I've ever wanted anything in my entire life. And it was literally stating that etymology, which, by the way, Forrest was the one who taught me etymology, look into etymology, understand the root word, the origin of a word. And it was saying etymology has always been the secret to unlocking the divine consciousness and the secrets that have been kept from us because of the church and stuff. They wanted to change it. Because like you had the 12 apostles, right? And out of those 12 apostles, we only hear 4. What happened to the other 12? Or the other 9, 10, 11? Yeah, well, the other 9, right? What happened to them? 9, 10, 11? No, 8. What happened to the other 8? Told you I'm terrible at numbers.
Actually, there was 13. Mary Magdalene was an apostle.
Okay, you're right. Okay, that's a very, very good point. That's, again,
I think we have heard from them in the past, but their stories were deleted from the Bible when the King James came out.
Exactly. And that's the point. And so what I'm trying to get at with all of this is that they were saying that etymology was the key to unlocking the true knowledge, right? And it was stating specifically that the Bible, or what we have come to know about it, has been changed completely to help benefit the church instead. And I'm not knocking any religion whatsoever. I'm just stating what he was reading, and then how he was explaining it was so mind-boggling, and it just seamlessly coincides with what I've been researching for the past 7 years, I was absolutely floored. So, allegorically speaking, canyon or valley would be as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. So, you have begin it where one mortals halt, which is death. And it says, and take it in the canyon down, which is the valley of the shadow of death. Not far, but too far to walk, which is a time, just like Forrest has always been stating, and put him below the home of Brown. And I actually sent this over to Street yesterday because I was just so fired up. I'm like, I'm just gonna try and understand this right now. Like, this is the allegorical variation was making so much sense. So then I sent to him what I sent you about Brown again. Okay, Brown stands for man's hereditary predilection to evil. And remember how I said it's all about duality? And duality is basically testing one's self-worth versus like if you need something materialistic versus if you understand the true journey. Is that the right way to describe it, Street?
Pretty much. Speaking of duality, let's look at begin it when war waters halt, not only as death, but as life.
Yeah, it's like the
Birth.
you can't have
Birth.
death without life. That's the point. It's
Well,
full
I
circle.
meant birth. I meant birth. Birth and death is begin it where warm waters halt. Duality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry,
so
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, you're good. You're good. So then if Brown is literally telling you about duality, heavy loads water high. You know, when you were on the precipice of purgatory and they talk about how there's a scale, isn't it called like the scale of truth, or what was it called?
Like the scale of destiny or something, the scale of life.
It's where you weigh yourself on duality.
A lot of religions talk about the feather, something about a feather.
Yeah, that's the Greek mythology, or no, that's ancient Egypt. I was just doing a fun treasure hunt on that, and I was like, oh my god, they have this. It's my favorite story. Yeah, it talks about how they weigh your heart on one side of the scale, and then they put a feather on the other. And if your heart is heavier than the feather, then you failed, and you go to, what would you call it? I don't know. Fenn referred to it as water's high, but you could always call it high water, aka hell.
You just talked about that the other night, a couple nights ago. Within the last week, you were talking about that, the Egyptians and the feather.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
what I think we discussed it before. The feather represent, and the weight that the feathers balancing against is your soul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically weighing how you treated yourself. It's how you treated yourself and how you treated others. And what you did with your time, your short time. And that's literally the whole teaching story that Forrest told us in My War for Me, right? And so again, people will probably be really aggravated about this, be like, "Oh, we know the gold was real. We know it was a physical place." Yes, 100%. And I'm not knocking that whatsoever. I'm saying there's two variations. There's two ways. And I believe this was actually a test on our duality. And if you sit back and what? Oh God, why am I getting bothered by this right now? Sorry. If you sit back and you see how everyone, including myself, has acted or reacted ever since the announcement of the treasure being found, we have been failing our duality by a landslide. We have been so focused on who is in possession of the gold, who is in possession of the finding rights, who's in possession of the answers. And it's not about that at all. It's never been about that. And like Street, you're the only one that's been literally saying, what if land isn't an issue? Because it's not the real.
What? Hold on. Could you say that again, please?
Yeah, Street has been right this entire time. He's been saying, what if land isn't an issue? And I always like tease him, but I would agree, because it's the Hermetic code of as above, so below. And the thing is as above in the stars is again a match for as below on Earth, right? But the trick with duality is again your divine consciousness versus your your materialistic indulgence, which
Well,
again,
let me highlight that. As above, so below. That's been talked about way before I showed up. Can you physically go to heaven? No, you cannot. Therefore, what I was looking for, I could not physically go to. As above, so below. I
but it's
couldn't
not even
physically.
just heaven just yet. It's
Well,
more
I just
about
mean the
ascension.
the premise of heaven, the
Yeah.
premise of an afterlife.
So the Lone Star, Lucky. Um, so when I was sitting there and I was like, okay, heavy loads, water high. So heavy loads is the scale of duality. Water high is hell, right? And then he goes on to say, if you've been wise and found the blaze. And I was just sitting there and I'm like, what would be the allegorical representation of the blaze? And for a second, I was like, oh, look what I found in the Bible Street. This is an interesting quote. Could it mean like, it doesn't matter who you are, it only matters who they think you are? But then I realized, no, the blaze is again the journey. It's the journey of your life, which again, if you look up etymology for the blaze, it is a trail, a way that one marks their own trail. And what more uh symbolic representation than the journey of your life. And he literally tells you in the Rubaiyat that in order to understand what he's saying, you have to travel it too. So there's no other way. And
Nope.
it's not saying like you have to die in order to be able to understand what he's trying to teach you. It's saying you have this time to figure out what really is important in life before your time comes to travel that path.
Well, doesn't Christianity, their premise is to live like you're in heaven on earth. And everyone was looking for Forrest's heaven on earth. Isn't that a coincidence? It's not a physical place, it's a mental place.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so I started looking into more of this, right? And it gave me the golden ratio because I forgot what I was doing last night. I was, oh my God, I'd have to go back to Discord and see exactly because I was just like on a rabbit hole, like zeroed in, just posting everything. And you will not believe what I found, Street. Oh my God. So you know how I always talk about Wolfram?
Right.
Well, so I was looking up, we were talking about in Discord, we were talking about W and how W is for Minerva, but it was always used for the secret treasure room and stuff like that. And you know how in Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival, which this whole thing's based off of, it was talking about how the Grail itself was a stone,
Right.
which would basically equate back to the Emerald Tablet because it goes back to alchemy. But alchemy isn't exactly what we're talking about. It's not what people believe it to be. It's not some, you know, alchemical transition from a stone into gold. Nothing like that.
It's actually secret, hidden knowledge.
Exactly. It's the
And
divine.
that can be devastating in the wrong hands. You have to earn it. You have to earn it.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was looking into this and I was saying like, oh, this, and this. And then I was looking at the golden ratio because I found out, okay, so we know Flegitanus is the key to understanding Wolfram's Parzival because he was the one who wrote the scrolls that talked about sacred consciousness pertaining to the Grail, which goes twofold back to what Fenn was telling us and what other different teachings of Omar Khayyam was teaching us, right? And so I was like, okay, we're researching this and it gives you the golden ratio. It did. And then it was very interesting too, because Kayat, who was another character, a hidden character in Wolfram von Echtenbach's Percival, which was written in the 12th century, by the way, he mentions Flegitanus. Kayat's the one that discovers the scrolls written by Flegitanus. Flegitanus is a pseudonym or a secret name for someone else. And so I've always been trying to figure out and understand who exactly is Flegitanus. I know it's from Persia, it's Persian. And it was fascinating because it said that Flegitanus was the one who discovered, let me see, I sent it to you in a quote last night. One second. It
You sent me,
was,
man. I looked through. There was a few of them I thought I read, but apparently I did. I'm like, shit, where'd this come from, man? There was a whole string of things you sent me.
Yeah, I told you I was on a tangent, and then I felt bad because I needed sleep because I was up till 8 a.m. And I saw you were on a tangent too, and I was like, "Oh no, I didn't respond."
Well, we were going back and forth like within minutes. It was like boom, boom, and I was having my morning coffee, and then all of a sudden I posted something. I posted two things or emailed you two things, and you just completely went silent. I'm like, huh, I don't know how to read that, man. Is that like, is she thinking? I was waiting for you to come back, but wait, Street, look what I found.
Oh wait, no, I found it. Okay, so I sent you this one at 8:03 a.m. because I've got problems. So for the infidel, Flegitanus was able to define for us the precession of each planet and its return, and how long each revolves in its orbit before it stands at its mark again. All humankind are affected by the revolutions of the planets. With his own eyes, the heathen Flegitanus saw, and he spoke of it reverentially, hidden secrets in the constellations. He declared there was a thing called the Grail, whose name he had read clearly in the constellations. A host of angels left it on earth. And when you look into it, it's actually pertaining to the golden ratio, which gives you the Vitruvian man too. You know how Da Vinci was obsessed with the Vitruvian man?
Right.
That's the golden ratio. And the golden ratio goes back to the same concept as sacred geometry, right? And it talks about how, let's say, if you were to snap a stick in half, I'm not so great at explaining the golden ratio, but when I started looking it up, one, I saw the whole planetary and how the planets orbit until they mark again. It's exactly 8 years. Every 8 years, the planets switch over again, right? For the rotation. And this was Omar Khayyam who actually recorded and said this. And so I was just like, okay, what if it wasn't pertaining to a treasure chest, like physically, but like spiritually, right? And the omegas or the double omegas represented the golden ratio. And because Forrest ended up taking one of the omegas off exactly in 2018, giving it the 8 year mark, what if that was what you were supposed to do? So since the planetary alignments changed in the 8 year mark, like it always said, in order to understand what he's saying, there would be another 8 years, right? So I took the concept of the omega and applied it to the golden ratio. And you know what I got, Street?
What?
The Wolfram. The Wolfram, what was it? The Wolfram numbers or something. It was this like computer-based algorithm thing named the Wolfram. Let me see if I still have it open in my phone. The Wolfram, here it is. The Wolfram language. Wolfram language is a symbolic language deliberately designed with the breadth and unity needed to develop powerful programs quickly by integrating high-level forms like image, geopolygon, or molecule, along with advanced super functions such as image identifier, apply reaction. Wolfram language makes it possible to quickly express complex ideas in computational form. And I'm like, okay, I'm not even looking for Wolfram right now. I'm straight up saying, what happens if you take the omega and you apply it to the golden ratio? And it straight up gave me Wolfram language. So I'm like, okay, the dude that created all of this or tried to share all this, his name's Wolfram von Echtenbach. And I'm like slowly decoding what he's been trying to teach us this entire time, since the whole century. And the first thing I get is the Wolfram language. So I'm like, all right, that's way too much coincidence. So then I went to etymology because it's my favorite thing to do. And I was like, okay, what in the hellfire is the etymological name for Wolfram? And it said Wolfram was actually a rare metallic element from Swedish tungsten, Tungsten, calcium tungstate, coined in 1780 by its discoverer, Swedish chemist Carl Wilhelm Scheele, or it also comes from heavy stone. And I'm like, what the hell? And then this is the best part. The word was used earlier as the name for calcium tungstate, and then it's also the atomic symbol W is Latin for wolfram. Iron tungstate, also wolf. So I was literally in chat talking to people about the W and how if you take too far to walk, it anagrams to say look for a watt, and watt is the symbol W. And W has always been used since forever as the secret treasure room. If you want to find the answers to the treasury or like knowledge, treasure, whatever, it's always been a W. And it literally states that Wolfram was the atomic symbol of W for Wolframium. And it literally is what you need to find. And so if you look at it, it's saying look for Wolfram. Look for Wolfram. And I'm like, I found him. And the book that I found that I know has some association with Forrest, because he talks about in TTRTC in the very beginning, he's like, to the cliff I'm dirt, but to the dirt I'm cliff, or something like that.
Right.
So that's Persian stuff. And we already know he's into all that because he quoted the Rubaiyat by Omar Khayyam and everything like that, and his different teachings. And he was actually the one who was trying to figure out Euclid's equation for the planetary alignments and stuff. And he found a different way. He's the one that created this different calendar. It wasn't the Gregorian calendar. It was actually the let me see what it's called. And then, by the way, I found like the actual story and stuff. Hold on, let me see. Where is it? It was some other type of calendar used in Persia that coincides with understanding. Oh God, Barbara's messaging me right now, throwing a little bitch fit.
Who is?
Barbara.
Holy God, what'd you do now? You went like, oh, you didn't get an okay first? Oh,
I'm
shit.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Come on, man. You know protocol, damn it.
Well, wasn't it called Euclid's Pyramid? Is that what it was called? Or the triangle or something?
I was thinking
Euclid?
triangle, something triangle. I'm not sure. Well, back to that dirt and that kayak and all. Isn't that basically saying perspective? That whole thing is perspective. That dirt, yeah, it's perspective. That's like the moral of the story, perspective.
Well, it's also teaching that no matter your station, you always treat people with respect, whether you were the dirt or you were the cliff, one and the same, right?
Yeah.
And so what was interesting is like I was looking up other stuff and it was talking about the golden ratio, which gives you Da Vinci. And then when you look at Euclid, Wolfram von Echternbach and Omar Khayyam, these are really hard names to pronounce. They ended up giving you the cornucopia, which again is another variation of the Grail. And so I was like, what the hell is going on? And it's just so fascinating because it starts with death, which then brings you life, but it gives you the whole concept of why he even did this to begin with. But it's mainly talking about one's duality on one's soul. And then last night or this morning before I knocked out, I had one final go, and I have it open right here, and I could post it on my page if you guys want. I read over 200 pages so far of this thing. I don't even know how I did it. And I took screenshots of some very, very important things because it's actually talking about the actual chess motif of Fenn's. Like it's before Roger Sherman Loomis. And it's equating to the Iberian Peninsula, Spain. And then from the Iberian Peninsula, it goes to the Yucatan.
What? Are we back to Cozumel again? Damn.
Yeah, we fucking are.
Damn, we can't get away from that place, man. Maybe we should have a Fenn down there or something. We should have a pull tournament down in Cozumel.
Oh my God, we would never come back. We would never make it back alive. Let me see. Let me find it. I was like falling asleep. And then I was looking for one. I was like, oh, it's got to be under this topic. But then I was like, I kept reading. Because when I was search referencing Flegitanus with something else, I think it was Omar Khayyam, I was trying to cross-reference. I got one hit. And it gave me this PDF. And it shows that Flegitanus and Omar Khayyam are one and the same in this document. Now I'm like, wait, I gotta find this. So it talks about like the religious and hagiographic discourse. It talks about the magical discourse recipe books for alchemy. I'm trying to find the page I was on. I was like page 207, I think. That's where I stopped because like my eyes could not stay open any longer. I was like, my eyeballs burn. Like I can't do it. So I still have 200 more pages to go. And I still haven't found the section on Phlegitanus, but I know Phlegitanus is the key to all of this. And I've said multiple times before in my past videos that no longer exist, that I once discovered this book that was written by the pending Phlegitanus, and I already knew about Wolfram von Echtenbach, so I was like, this is inaccurate. Phlegitanus did not exist in this time. He did not exist now. So that was, a fake pen name. And that led me to El Cid in Spain, which is what I'm getting led to again right now, by the way, with all of this. It goes from Spain and then it takes you to Cozumel, because the Spaniards were raiding for the Mayas, remember? Yeah. So this history professor that actually worked at Texas A&M University. Again, I say this all the time, but I'll just reiterate real fast. He got approval and funding to go to the Vatican Library, which, if anyone knows about the Vatican Library, is unprecedented. Like, you do not get access to the Vatican Library unless you are somebody. And he talks about how they are looking for the cities of gold and then also the connotation of the Grail. And it goes from El Cid over to Cozumel. And what's fascinating is in this book, they talk about, it's called like something about King Arthur and the real Avalon and something like that. But the publishers who published the book said it was anonymously sent to them. And the only thing they had to identify where it came from was a dove in the crescent moon. And we all know what a dove in the crescent moon is. We all know. Like, that's epilogue.
I've seen that I'm getting a feeling of deja vu here.
It's crazy. And so it says that this person was under the tutelage of all things, of oh my god, what was the name? Hold on, I still have it on my Kindle. Let me go over here. Let me get the book exactly. No, not now. Let's see. And that's why I purchased all these damn books on the Grail, because there's so much to this, I don't even know what to do with it. Let me see, where the hell did I put that book? Ancient Wisdom. I got lots on Roger Sherman Loomis. I've got Gemstone of Paradise, The Last Book of Nostradamus. Where's my library? Okay, here it is. King Arthur and the Doorway to Avalon. And then if you go to the very, very back part of the book, it shows Nick's messaging me right now being like, Ben's launching $1 million hunt. I'm like, he won the DraftKings of $1 million, so that kid could do whatever the fuck he wants. Which, again, he did win. He won $1 million.
Oh, not on DraftKings, right?
Yeah.
Was it like one single bet or over a long period of time, like a tournament type thing?
It was like a tournament type thing, and I think it lasted for like a week or something.
Nice.
Yeah, like he was kicking ass and like updating the whole time. And then last night when we were live, that's I guess when it happened. So I got a second to call Ashley. She was out like shopping and stuff, and she was like, yeah, he won. And she's like, I'm gonna kick his ass. I'm like, yeah, I don't blame you. So I don't know. Well, she didn't say she's gonna kick his ass, but she was saying like he was really drunk, and he seemed really drunk, like really excited. So I don't know. I feel like we should give him a window of 24 hours to just recant his announcement, because he should know most of all that we're all fucking crazy. Like, Barbara's already going live saying that she does not give him permission, pretty much. Like, fuck.
Well, I'll say this: if he agrees to go to rehab for his drug problem, his alcohol, we'll forgive him.
Right? Oh my God. Oh wait, okay, here it is. So it says Flegitanus, secretary to Lord Oriel Ives Centurion. So the Centurion is Latin for Saturn. And then I think I remember Oriel Ives, and it's Yves. And it shows this was written in July of 2005, by the way. But it's so interesting. Like right here, let me see. It talks about the Fisher King, which is another reason why I found it and how I came across it. And it's claiming how it goes from the allegories again, and how the allegories are used to explain or pinpoint the true knowledge or the sacred knowledge or divine knowledge, sorry, that brings you back to what was being taught about the cycles of the moon. And when it said that the name of the Grail was revealed to Flegitanus in the constellations, it talked about how it was revealed to him by the sliver of the moon. And I was like, sliver, what's the sliver of the moon again? And I was like, oh fuck, crescent. Just like what we're given with the turtle dove is the crescent moon. That's why the protectors of this knowledge, they're called the Templar Cian, not the Templars. They're the Templar Cian, and they are the protectors of the sacred knowledge. And their symbolism is a turtle dove in the sliver or the crescent moon. So I was like, all right, this is some fascinating stuff that I'm
Um,
unlocking in 5 seconds.
do they not call, like back in the day, family shields a crescent shield? Their family whatever was a crescent shield,
Um, I
like
mean,
the
there's
family coat of arms, didn't they? Or coat of, isn't it called coat of? Like how they had their little, pictures that they put on their shields and their armor.
yeah, it was a coat of arms.
Okay. Okay. Never mind. I was thinking crescent was in there. I've heard it. They referred to something as a. Never mind. I lost it.
Well, no, there could be. It depends on what coat of arms or what family. Because, like, for one, families were named off of after what they were known to do. For one, and two, when they had the coat of arms, there could be a crescent moon for all we know. Like they got to choose the symbolic representation of their coat of arms.
No, I meant another name for like the family coat of arms was crescent shield.
Oh, I don't know that one. Maybe that's possible. Um, it says here, Dr. Norma Goodrich, 1986, centers Arthur's military and political power on Stirling and Carlisle, and his religious capital at Peel Castle on St. Patrick's Isle of Man, making this her Avalon. Well, perhaps, but we suspect the key to finding the crossing of the ways, the sacred precedent of the Grail, the resting place of Arthur, is to find the glass castle and the true portal to Avalon. Like that's another interesting book. It was like I think $2 or something on Kindle that I purchased. Cause I'm like going down this Flegitanus rabbit hole, and every time I do it, I go down like the most intense rabbit holes. And I got this one. So I'm like, here's a book written by Flegitanus in 2005 with a turtle dove and a crescent moon. And I'm like, well, haha, got you there. Um, but it's just a different, it's so hard to just explain because it's so complex. Like this is a secret, or this is like a quest, like a knowledge knowledge induced treasure hunt quest that started all the way back in the 12th century, that's still ongoing. And again, it leads right back to Cozumel.
That would explain the definition of hid, secreted, and I never said it was buried. I don't want to give that away as a clue.
Wait, what?
I said that would explain Forrest saying the words hid, secreted, and I never said it was buried. I don't want to give that away as a clue.
Oh yeah. Didn't he talk about sepultured, or is that, did I pronounce it right? Sepultured?
it means tomb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like so fascinating. So then again, I got this PDF and I was going down the rabbit hole. Let me see if I think I stopped on 207 and my eyes started burning, but I'm still looking for the part about Flegitanus. And it was talking about the allegorical siege. It was talking about Spain, specifically Catalonia, Spain, which again, I already decoded from Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival that the Grail Castle was located in Catalonia, Spain, specifically the monastery, because with the Templar Cian, their motto was become brotherhood. And I found out the monks at that temple, that monastery, what that was their motto was become brotherhood. And again, this is the same place that was raided by Hitler and Heinrich from the whole Nazi reign and everything, when they historically, like there's historical documents, proven fact that the Nazis and Hitler and Heinrich literally went and raided Catalonia, Spain and this monastery because they were obsessed with Wolfram von Echtenbach's Percival. So now this little PDF's back to talking about Catalonia, Spain, and I know Catalonia, Spain is the right information I need to be looking for Flegitanus, because Flegitanus talks about the fall and about the emerald. Hold on. Are you still there?
Yeah. Well, it's a grail, blue stones, green tablet, whatever. It's all referring to the same thing.
Yeah, it's divine consciousness.
Yep.
Which again is just like the journey of, what one does with duality. And so I honestly think all this is a test. Like, yes, the gold is real. Yes, there is a place for you to go physically fish and think, right? But it's not about that. Like, that was the key to testing our duality. It was like almost like an incentive, daring us to, unfortunately, people took it so seriously that they lost their lives because they wanted the gold. They wanted I don't know, bragging rights. It's just sad.
The human condition played gold fever. Human condition, human emotion entered in. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Ego. We could use one
Oh,
word, and
ego, 100%.
not in a mean way, but ego. Ego. Well, they were ego driven. Not, and
Well,
I don't mean that condescending one bit.
no, you're not. And I love that you brought that up, because check this out. One of the pages I screenshotted before I knocked out drooling is this right here. Um, Wait, did I only do it this way? Or why is it only half screenshotted? What happened? Was I that tired?
Oh, that'll get. What were you trying to do? Hide evidence for yourself?
Well, I was just so out of it. I think my eyes were burning and I was trying to like read and I didn't think about zooming out. The main part is this: in the locos amonos, the pagan el gentil, and three monotheistical, so Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, the theological and the allegorical, right? And it talked about the virtues, the seven divine and seven created virtues. So the virtues and the vices, right? Mortal sin. This is another connotation of that chest, because it's going off of Wolfram von Echtenbach's Percival, and how it's the battle of mankind's soul between the vices and the virtues. And they have the name of them, and it talks about the ladder, the ladders that they have ascending the castle. This is one of the interpretations, and it goes, if I were to look at, oh my god, I can't copy and paste that. What page is this? It doesn't even tell me what page it is because I didn't fucking zoom out good enough. It's another variation of the chess motif itself. So I'm looking for the I'm looking for the artist, the maker, the person who created the chest itself, right? So somewhere in this damn PDF, it gives me the answer of that plus Phlegetinus. And so I've still got like 200 more pages to go through. But then check this out. This is another thing. I sent this to you, right? Last night, Street? I think in the emails. Did you see all this?
Hold on, wait till it pops up.
Can you see that?
No, you didn't send me that one.
So this is the channel I was listening to last night that like totally inspired me to understand the allegorical symbolic representation of Forrest's poem, because I'm like, he wasn't just a regular person. He wasn't just a man who's doing fishing. Like, he was so profound, so significant, that it makes sense that if he's exactly what I keep saying he is, why would he make something be literal versus allegorical? And then as soon as I did that, I was like, oh my God, it all clicked. Like, it all makes sense. And it's the story of duality. So it says the temptation has been another of the numberless characterizations designed to portray recondite truth that have caught the dullard intellect of the West in the toils of its cryptic subterfuge. And it's funny, it uses subterfuge. People of incapacity for reflection have wondered without end why God, just and fair in his judgment, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether, would permit a wicked adversary, such as the theological Satan, that old serpent, to connive to torment his most righteous servant Job, and here in Genesis to scheme subtly to defeat God's own creative work in the formation of mankind. It has all come from the failure of philosophical acumen to catch the sane significance of the item of the opposition of polarities analyzed in an earlier paragraph. Due to this failure of insight, there has been misread into this term temptation, a low human connotation of the word, which leaves the mid miles away from its intended significance. To tempt is to present to the intended victim or subject a lure or prospect of an appealing or desirable nature with the hope that he may bite on it and thus fall into the designated trap set by the tempter. Common view at any rate has largely taken this from an understanding or form of understanding. A very minute element of this reference perhaps does inhere in the evolutionary situation which the Bible glyph is dealing with, but only in the most playful form. The real meaning concerns picture cosmic procedure, all of which is intrinsically normal and good. So that right there is what I started to realize. Oh my God, this is exactly what Fenn was doing. This is our duality. And the treasure, the gold, and the bragging rights, all that stuff, the thrill of the chase, that was the lure, and the gold was what we were supposed to bite.
Yeah. Duality is also known in Eastern philosophy as yin and yang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Light and dark, shadow, light.
Well, yeah, dark is absent of light. Light is absent of dark. They complement each other. They wouldn't one wouldn't exist without the other. The same thing we're talking here, duality.
Exactly. And
As
you know what's
above,
crazy?
so below, duality.
Well, so remember how I told you Cynthia randomly messaged me and her quote was about duality?
Interesting. When did that happen?
I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, right before Shiloh started talking to me. It was right before Shiloh started talking to me. And
Well, I in one of our communications, we have the emerald ring, the dragon bracelet, and the chest. We're not sold. The emerald ring represents knowledge. The
yes,
dragon bracelet is Quetzalcoatl, or the Chinese. It's God.
Quetzalcoatl,
Yes, it represents a god, not only in Americas but in Asia too.
but it
And then
also
we
is the
have our.
Ouroboros.
I made the comment. I said, knowledge of the gods. That's the ring and the dragon bracelet. Knowledge of the gods held within the chest. That's what we're talking about here, aren't we? Knowledge of the gods.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, divine consciousness.
Well, I use that term. You all know what I feel about the word God. I use it because that's what people accept. You can call it source, you can call it the universe, you can call it what you can call it Bob if you want. It don't matter.
Well, it keeps going back to, Nostradamus and the Oracle of Delphi. Like every single time. Like when they talk about how Phlegetanus, who claims to have come from the bloodline of Solomon, they're talking about being able to read the name of the grail and then the knowledge of what's the past, present, and future in the stars itself. And that's exactly what the Oracle of Delphi did. And the same thing with Nostradamus. In the Lost Book of Nostradamus, which was being held in the Vatican Library, of all places, he literally tells you this. And then he has his own little treasure hunt that's never been freaking cracked before that I'm also working on. And he wrote a letter to his son, who was only like 4 at the time. And he wrote the letter for him to be, a grown ass adult. And he's telling him the secret lies with my heart. And he's like, you will never be able to decode my prophecies unless you figure out the secret with his heart. Because if anyone were to get a hold of this knowledge of past, present, and future, it could be like catastrophic. And so there's the Lost Book of Nostradamus, just hidden away in the Vatican Library. There was this other book on El Cid that leads to Cozumel, hidden away in the Vatican Library. Like, why does the Vatican Library hoard so much profound knowledge? Because they're trying to keep it from us.
Your heart and your soul, your thoughts, whatever, your heart and your soul are actually one. Without one, it's the yin and yang inside of you. You feel it, so you react to it, or you think it, and your heart, you can, how people you can actually die from like depression, man, sadness, a broken
heart. You could die of a broken heart.
Yes. So the mind, the pineal gland, and your heart is one and the same. I think it's the heart. Without one, the other would, yin and yang. One wouldn't exist without the other. And we're talking symbolism. We're talking symbolism here. I better elaborate on that. I'm not actually saying your third eye and your heart is connect. No, it's symbolism.
Well, so they also are saying in this book, and I need to figure out what this book is called because I want it. They're saying that the tree of life is actually us, the human body. And when you look at the anatomy of the human body, it literally does look exactly like inverted tree with the roots and everything.
Yes, yin and yang once again. And what do we consider our family tree? Interesting.
Exactly, the bloodline.
Yes.
And we refer to the family bloodline as waters.
So not only what you see above ground, there's exact same amount below ground. Yin and yang once again.
We'll see this one right here. This is another part to it. It says, the word itself, temptation, comes either from the Latin tento, to try, to test, to experiment with, or from tempto, to tempt. It is likely that both these forms are but variants of one original root. In the first instance, if from tento, it would carry the meaning of to give trial to try out. In an actual practice, to test, or to put to the test or trial. In this reference, it would indicate that the temptation to which God subjects all his creatures who are, be it remembered, the cells of members of his own body, is nothing more nor less than his sending them out into the incarnate life, his planting them in his gardens, that they may have right to the tree of life, and grow by developing their latent capacities and powers through overcoming the opposition of inert matter into the capacity of powers through overcoming the opposition. Oh, sorry, I just repeat that, of inert matter in the duality of life. In the book of Revelations, the 7 great rewards are promised to him that overcometh. To grow to higher beauty, spiritual must overcome the inertia of matter. It's aeneal. I don't know what that word is. Victory can be gained only as the outcome of incarnational effort, continued until the goal is attained. So God's sons must continuously reincarnate. This is to subject them to the tension that prevails between them and the force of matter. And this is the ordeal, the trial, the testing, the temptation, as it might better be named. It has nothing to do with the theological sin or disobedience whatsoever. It is God's pathway for all his children, the natural beneficent course of his plan for their evolution.
Let me throw this in real quick while we're on this subject. My opinion, of course, the statement, and I understand it's in a legal realm, Forrest submitted it. The state of Wyoming. Now, the state of meditation, the state of prayer, the om.
Yeah.
Just want to throw that out there. Did he lie? No, he did not. It's just people assumed he was talking about Wyoming, the state. I'm theorizing, in my opinion, he was talking about meditation in the third eye.
Well, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
I also think that, again, in order for us to be tempted, there really was a physical place for him to put the gold, but that wasn't the game. That wasn't the solution, or that wasn't the outcome. We had two possibilities: to go after the materialistic or to go after the spiritual knowledge. That's just how I'm seeing it. It's
Right.
like, for those who don't care about obtaining the solution or the answers that they believe lead to Nine Mile Hole or to the gold, like, we know the gold's there. We saw pictures or whatever, but that wasn't it. The whole puzzle is the chess motif itself, and then the poem. The poem will teach you the same teachings he's telling you in Omar Khayyam's The Rubaiyat. Literally, he's just talking about death, and he's like, hey, when I die, I want to make sure I leave behind footprints. Don't waste your turn every single time.
Yep.
And like, what's more profound than the teachings of divine consciousness, and how I think, was there another, I think I may have did another screenshot, or maybe it was just the PDF I was like reading all this morning. It was like so detailed. It was insane. There was also something else about the elixir to tap into the pineal gland, like I've been talking about, with the emerald tablet.
Right.
I wonder, I don't know if I could go far back enough to this morning on Discord when I was going down my rabbit hole and like literally typing it out as I discovered it. But yeah, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say, not only is it about a test on mankind's soul and duality, but it's also pertaining to the 7 cities of gold, like I've always been saying since like day one. But it's not pertaining to an actual physical location. It's just about knowledge. Let's see, just saw it now. Oh God, what is Ben doing? Don't do it, Ben. Don't do it. I'm scared for Ben. He doesn't know how many pain in the ass people he's gonna have to deal with if he does this. Oh no, did we lose Street?
Nope, I'm still here.
Oh, are you reflecting?
No, I'm debating with Kiwi in chat.
Oh shit, let me see.
I was listening to you, but yeah, I had to jump in. If we're talking about you, he says you. There is no you. If we came from source, God, whatever, and we return, there is no you. There is no you. We're all one. And it goes back to the pineal gland, and God is inside of you. We are it. Everything you look at, that you cannot look at anything that is not God. It's all God, and we are God too. We're all one. There is no set. See, that's what the problem with Western theology and beliefs in religion is. They separate themselves from source. You can't. Everything you look, there's nothing. There's nothing you can look at in the world. Nothing that is not God. Nothing, including ourselves. That makes us all one. There is no you. You don't exist.
Yeah, yet there's
it's Shakespeare. You come in, play your part, and exit.
7 H's
Well,
man.
where's off stage? You only play on stage for a little bit. That's the little life we live. We're still, I mean, it's all one. It's the same. There is no you. I'll yield the floor.
Oh no, you're good. You can still take it away.
Well, I'm not trying to start shit with Kiwi, but it's healthy debate. This is my opinion on it. We've been going back and forth. He's given his, I'm giving mine. It's nothing hostile or anything. Not from my side, at least.
Tim K. Adventure says Streets Religion Talk is Bill's Atlantis.
Oh, I will block you for that. You're out of here.
No, don't touch Tim. Don't touch Tim.
At least let me whack him for 300 seconds, damn it. Come on, Candy. You ain't no fun, man.
No, Tim's my friend. We're philosophizing. That's what Kiwi says. We are philosophizing.
Well, there's a good thing. If you look up the definition of philosopher, it's just a deep thinking person. Yeah, I'm proud to say I'm a philosopher. I might not have a degree in it, but I've been doing it as long as I can remember. There's nothing wrong with calling yourself a philosopher. It just means you're a deep thinker.
Yeah, and I feel like if I go any more deep thinking, I'm gonna have the frickin' crevice of the Grand Canyon rich from eyeballs.
Shall we all meditate real quick? Let me get my bells and hold on. Let me get my bells and water jars out.
Oh, Shy Guy's asking, does that mean we don't own our own bodies / souls?
I do. Well, your body, think about this, Shy Guy. If you come from source, God, if you come from God, heaven, wherever you're created, God created you and gives you a body and then expects you to use your free will. And when you die, something leaves that body. That tells you your body is a vehicle, a vessel.
It's a meat sack.
Does that mean we do not own our bodies? Actually, our bodies is made up of millions, if not billions, of individual cells working as one. So, are you taking ownership of those billions of cells that operate as one? I certainly hope not.
Barbara's super angry.
Here's an example. If you consider your body separate from your mind, because you got the belief when you die, something leaves. So therefore you're separated. It goes back to what I was talking with Kiwi. There is no you. There is no you.
We come from the stars.
Once again, I can't say it enough. Everything we look, you cannot look and see anything that is not God, quote unquote, nothing.
Well, the golden ratio is prime example, but then also we come from the stars, and then the stars in all mythologies, in all religions, in all practices, especially with the Lakotas, they have the gateway, the entry and the exit for the Milky Way. And that goes straight up for Cozumel too. Cozumel was super deep into that. And the story of what was that one I told you about with the blaze eyeball and the milk of the mother or something? Do you remember that one?
No, it was a Greek one, you said?
No, it was the Mayan one. Aztec, whatever. Maya, Aztec. Wait, what was first, Maya or Aztec? It was Maya, right?
Maya was, I don't know who came first. I think they did, but they were definitely the most intelligent down there astronomically.
Yeah. Well, then also too with Spain, that's what they did. They always had astronomers and astrologers. And nowadays we barely have that. We have NASA, right? But we don't have what we had back then. And that's because back then they had the teachings that weren't covered up, that weren't edited. I want to get my hands on this book. I want it. I don't know what it's called, but I want to find it and I want to own it and I want to consume it like a little sponge. Because
okay, since we were talking religion, remember Forrest saying I'm a recovering, it was Eli, the New York Bohemian Jewish fella. He was a recovering Baptist. I find that interesting. And then he says, which gives us, a meaning that he was, and it's Southern Baptist, Southern Baptist. So it's a little bit, okay. I'm the most spiritual person. The disconnect is, and that's why I beat up on the new kids. I push their buttons. It's all
Oh
the
my
same
God.
thing.
It's right here. The book. It's right here. Holy craminately. Oh, it's about the scenes. Oh my God, Street, I gotta send you this link. This is the book via a PDF. It's like everything's right here. And guess what it's called? Guess what it's called? Just take one guess.
Oh man, something secrets.
No, take one more guess. If you were gonna name Paul,
Are you serious? Are we going to the last book of the Bible here?
it's literally titled The Antichrist.
Nice. That's a good topic to talk about because the Bible's not the only religion that talks about catastrophic things happening.
Events.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
at all. Or
so
God fighting.
it was written by a Dr. George W. Carey, reprinted from Azoth of June 1918.
Wow.
Primitive Christians, the Essenes, fully realized and taught the great truth that Christ was a substance, an oil or ointment contained especially in the spinal cord, consequently in all parts of the body, as every nerve in the body is directly or indirectly connected with the wonderful river that flows out of Eden, the upper brain, to water the garden. The early Christians knew that the scriptures, whether written in ancient Hebrew or the Greek, were allegories, parables, or fables based on the human body, fearfully and wonderfully made. These adepts knew the secretion, gray matter creative that issues secrets from the cerebrum was the source and cause of the physical expression called man. And they knew that the river of Jordan was symbolized in the spinal cord and that the Dead Sea was used to symbolize the sacred plexus at the base of the spinal column where the Jordan spinal cord ends, typifying the entrance of Jordan into the Dead Sea. The thick, oily, and salty substance composing the sacral plexus, cauda equina, or cata equina, tail of the horse, may be linked unto crude petroleum, petra, mineral or salt, or oleum, Latin for oil. And the thinner substance, oil or ointment in spinal cord, may be compared with coal oil. And when this oil is carried up and crosses the ida and pinglia, two fluid nerves that end in a cross in medulla oblongata, where it contacts the cerebellum, Golgotha, the place of the skull. This fluid is refined as coal oil is refined to produce gasoline, a higher rate of motion that causes the ascension of the airship. When the oil ointment is crucified, to crucify means to increase in power 1,000-fold, not to kill. It remains 2 days and a half, the moon's period, in a sign in the tomb cerebellum, and on the third day ascends to the pineal gland that connects the cerebellum with the optic thalamus, the central eye in the throne of God, that is the chamber overtopped by the hollow hallowed, caused by the curve of the cerebrum, the most high of the body, which is the temple of the living God, the living vital substance, which is a precipitation of the breath of life, breathes into man, therefore the holy whole ghost of breath. The pineal gland is the pinnacle of the temple. The modus operandi by which the oil of the spinal cord reaches the pineal gland is described in part 2. Wow. That's some cool shit.
You said you sent me the link.
Oh, here, let me send it to you right now.
Well, you don't have to do it now. Just I'll look at it later. Just send it whenever you get a chance.
I can send it right now. Let me see. It's right here. I'm so excited. I thought I was gonna like have to spend like $1,000 to obtain this thing. Wait, am I in the land of? Nope, I don't want to be there. Why is it making me do that one? Gmail. No. Here we go. To Street. The book. It's a PDF. It's so funny. It's literally titled The Antichrist. Don't worry. It's not creepy.
Well, Paul was in the room earlier.
Yeah, I saw that. I was avoiding it. Jesus Christ, John, baptism, crucifixion, ascension, the triumph of the ego over the enemy of death. Oh, it talks about the ego too. Wait, what? There's only 12 pages? I want the whole thing. Damn it.
That's the death of ego is that's the key. The death of ego. Because ego is what, like we were talking earlier, ego is what makes you believe you are you and I am I and blah, 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 blah. The separation is ego. That's what separates you from being in heaven, quote unquote, metaphorically, as above. So that's what keeps us all is ego. How come when all near deaths, they say it's the most calming, pleasant, everything? They just feel, a weight's been, they all explain the same euphoric state. I think that explains why.
Well, this is interesting. The dude that wrote the book, he was okay, so George Washington Carey was an American homeopath occultist known for a number of 1910s chemistry of life publications, a subject which he referred to as biochemistry, particularly in 1919, the chemistry of human life, all generally using a mixture of religion, astrology, physiology, anatomy, and chemistry, being particularly with the mineral-based theory of human disease. Fascinating. The human molecule. Carey was influenced by Wilhelm Heinrich Schubler. Who's he? A German medical doctor in Oldenburg who searched for natural remedies and published the results of his experiments in a German homeopathic journal. But what about influences in history? I need this book. I need to find that book. Okay, I think it was titled The Antichrist, which is super weird, but alrighty. The I'm not running a cult, people. Don't worry. I'm not running a cult. Just trying to seek answers, okay? Don't mind me. Okay, The Antichrist. Ooh, I could buy it for $1. I don't know why it was saying it was like banned or something. That's weird. Do they have it as on Kindle or let me see. The Antichrist by Dr. George W. Carey. Oh, it is an ebook. Okay. Add to cart. Continue to cart. Am I even signed in? I don't even know. Continue to check out.
INFJ asked who wrote the PDF.
George W. Carey.
Yeah.
Dr. George W. Carey. I want to see if they have one on, let's see. They have Apple Books. I just want, oh, here is Amazon. Jeez, it's an upside down cross. It's a little, it's a little concerning. If I purchase this, I'm not evil. I'm just letting you know. There we go. Buy now with one click. Okay. I think I purchased it. I think I'm the right path for what I needed. I'm not sure though. Let me go back real fast. So the person who was talking about this, his name was Ryan Mahone, and it talks about sacred knowledge of the Essenes. Sacred texts reveal your body as a temple of God. The sacred secret secretion oil, Christos, Ancient mystery of the solar plexus, the psychophysical seed born out of the solar plexus every 28.5 days, how to eat the fruit of the tree of life within you, Constantine, the man who changed everything, Jacob's ladder, the 33 vertebrae of the spine, Jacob, heel catcher in Hebrew, the man in the sky, and then the true zodiac revealed. This is so trippy. This is right up my alley. And I've been talking about the pineal gland long before I even came across this. So, I already know I'm on the right track over here.
We're still in the 1918 book.
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you want the whole book, it's only $1 on Kindle.
Okay.
You don't need to own a Kindle to have Kindle. You could just go on your phone and download the app for Kindle, which is free. It's a magical thing. Let's see. Link to text. This is interesting. But honestly, the one thing that trips me out the most is the allegorical symbolism behind Fenn's riddle. It's an allegorical riddle.
And the end result is knowing self, and self is one, which is God. So it's knowing God. That's what they all teach.
But not the God that we're taught in the church is God.
No, that's where the ego and separation comes in when you give it. Eastern philosophy says to give God, quote unquote, a name would deteriorate it. It wouldn't exist. You can't name it. You can't. But in our logic, in our humanistic characters, we need a name to associate. We visualize it. When you say God, some people visualize a white guy sitting on the throne with a beard, streets of gold. Others, Vishnu. They all have a different vision and a different belief in it. But the end results of all of those are the same, opening up that third eye. In my opinion, Christianity in particular is self-destructive in their means. If the Bible is a how-to book and you're supposed to read it and be like Jesus, live a good life, how come people say, oh, it works in the end? Well, it's not working in the process. Now, Eastern philosophy works in the process. You see, like we're doing here, learning, knowledge, it's a process, right?
It's a stepping stone for sure.
And you can't start out, in my opinion, you can't start out teaching someone by threatening them with their soul and they're going to rot in heaven and they're evil. You already put them at a disadvantage and you gave them ego. You just in my opinion, Christianity, the Holy Bible, substantiates and makes you believe you have an ego. It separates yourself, in my opinion.
Well, what's interesting to me too is that cities of gold are the temptation because it's promising you a city of gold. And gold is again the lure or the temptation, but the real results that you will find once you do find it is knowledge. It's divine sacred knowledge, divine consciousness. And that's why the Maya were so smart to begin with.
Enlightenment. Gurus, Baptists, the Pope, we consider them enlightened with their philosophies. They're enlightened. And to be enlightened is to understand it and be able to use it. That's all that means, enlightenment. Understand it and be able to use it. Enlightenment.
I just think it's so funny that we think that there was a man named Jacob and he just got a ladder that just reached the sky and we're like, yep, that happened. That happened. You can't knock it. A bunch of old dudes wrote in a book.
A bush burning. Okay. And then these tablets show up. Okay. All right. People living to 800 years old. Oh, okay.
Well, I feel like people lived so much longer, especially, there's called blue zones in, isn't it Italy or something? And they're called centennials or something. They're people that live past the age of 100. And they're doing a study on their diet and what helps them preserve such a longevity of life. You never heard of that?
I heard of, I think pr- modern day, it's over like Guam or something. I think the people of Guam, because of like the seashell or something around them, they have the oldest pop or the largest old population for their demographic or however they calculate that. It's over in Guam.
Well, it could be Guam. Like they have them in certain areas all over the world, but the most like renowned and well known is actually in Italy. And
Um,
I think another one may be Greece, if I'm not mistaken.
I've
There's like
heard, yeah, those two because of the high saturated virgin olive oil and the
and
fish
the
diet. And the fish diet, is that what they think attributes to that area?
like part of it, like well, one thing too is they don't have a government secretly poisoning and killing them for one. Like I know for a fact something's going on because when I went to Scotland, I had everything I wasn't supposed to have that if I would have had it over here in the States, I would have been sick for like a week. I wasn't sick once. When I was in Scotland, I had so much energy, like when I wasn't sick from the plane and everything. I had so much energy. I felt amazing. And I was just like, it's a whole new world over here because it's real actual non-GMO, not any like additives, nothing. It was just all natural. It was the most delicious, amazing food I've ever had in my life, too. Like it's kind of sad. Like you go to the United States and you're like, oh yeah, this is good, but you could taste the difference when you go out of the United States. If you go to Mexico or not out of the United States, Mexico's in the United States, but Mexico for one was really good when I remember it. But going to Scotland, going to where else would you go? I don't think I've really been anywhere else. Mainly I just went to Scotland and it was just freaking amazing. And you could just taste the difference. It's insane. So yeah. I think that half the reason why we're all dying so early is because of all those chemical additives being added to our produce and our food every day.
I'll tell you another big thing I've been seeing a lot. I've been watching the shows for a while now. These electromagnetic fields is being bombarded onto our bodies,
Oh,
microwave.
5G?
Yeah, all of it. Microwaves, wireless, yeah, phones. You've heard those people that's highly sensitive to it and they live in like caves or bunkers and stuff to try to get away.
Yeah.
That's another good reason to go out in the middle of nowhere where you don't have cell service. I think that was another example of what people were thinking that he meant literally out in nature, um, for the beauty and all that, which is great. But I think there was a win-win situation. I think he wanted you to get away from all, so you can center yourself and open your third eye to start
Yeah.
round two.
Round two.
Well, actually, I don't think there is a two. This is still one to me. This is still round one. I don't think there'll be a round two. We're on phase two of round one.
Well, so I'm still tripped out about the whole concept of like Wyoming versus Montana, but I'm more intrigued over the temptation of it all and the duality because like that the real story and the real teachings or lesson he was trying to convey to us was teaching us duality. 100%. It was literally the duality and whether you're going to be tempted by society or if you're going to be able to differentiate yourself from society and treat your body the way it's supposed to be treated and then not waste your turn, like do something that is you're going to be remembered and you're going to be content about it, if that's the right word choice.
Well, the belief of your soul, and that's baggage we carry, is what, like Christianity, it's baggage, and it's good and bad in there. And we hear the story. We basically what the feather. There's a balance. There's a scale there. In Christianity, there's a gate and there's a gatekeeper, and they check you. Check you off. You're getting in or you're not. You're going down. How can I never understood that premise. How could, if it's your actions and we're all one, we're all God essentially, and everything we're looking at is God. How can you be separated from God? You can't. That makes no sense to me. That's impossible. How can you separate yourself from your or it from it? You can't.
Well, isn't it the journey?
Well, I mean, it as God. I'll keep using the word God. How can you be separated from God? You can't be. So therefore, what is the
You're
moral
gonna
of the
be like a
story?
3-year-old running away from your shadow.
Well, shadows play. Yeah, so what's the moral of that story? Live a good life, like Forrest was saying. Smile, do good, give more than you receive. Don't expect it. Blah blah blah. The list goes on and on.
Well, technically, there isn't a gatekeeper. You're the gatekeeper because heaven and hell, they don't exist like on a plane or anything like that. What people believe, it's actually all in your consciousness. So again, I say it all the time, and you say it all the time. If you were to go to hell, it's because you subconsciously put yourself there.
Right. Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's Gabriel. Gabriel is the gatekeeper in heaven.
But then again, if people are trying to make like they're trying to make all these things in the Bible, like I don't know the right term for it, but thinking that Jacob had a ladder for one. No. And then thinking that we were cast out of the garden because Eve told Adam, "Oh, eat this apple." No. No.
Instead of typing it, Candy, I'm going to respond to Frank. Frank says people can reject God. That's impossible. You just don't see him. You
Wait,
refuse
where's
to see
Frank? I
him.
don't see him.
Frank said people can reject God. And I say, no, you cannot. You cannot not see God. You cannot reject God. You
I
are
mean,
God.
I
Everything
think he needs
around you is
to
God.
he needs to reiterate that better. You people can renounce the teachings of God, but they cannot renounce the essence of God.
Okay, if I refuse to accept uh, uh, a Ford Mustang in front of my view, does that mean I reject it because I refuse to accept it? That's what you can't. It's there. You can't reject it. Even if you do, you're
What
acknowledging
the
its existence.
fuck? What? Wait, what? Are you kidding me right now? Okay, I'm actually taking this to the cops tomorrow. I am taking this to the fucking cops. This has crossed the line. Someone, okay, whoever, if it's Barbara, if it's Greg, I don't know who the fuck, the people who keep like anonymously harassing me in emails. Do you know what they just sent me, Street?
I don't want to, but I know you want to tell us anyhow.
An entire chapter of DJ fucking K Pro.
A what?
They literally just sent me an entire chapter written about Christy getting fucked by my ex-boyfriend. These
Oh
people
wow.
are mentally fucking unhinged.
Well, I don't know. This is just my opinion, of course. And you can sue me if you want, Paul, but Paul mysteriously disappeared. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it is. Then again, it could be Eric Parker, man. I'll look into it.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Like, are you kidding me right
Um, okay. Use it as fuel because if someone spends this much time trying to discourage you from your path, it must be they're scared or nervous of you. They
now?
wouldn't
That's
be doing it because they agree
disgusting.
with you.
That is absolutely disgusting.
I agree.
What is wrong with people? I'm legit sending this to the cops tomorrow and I'm having them run the IP address and whoever it is, I don't care who it is, I'm pressing charges. I'm not kidding. This has gone beyond. they've been doing this to me for almost 2.5 years, maybe 3. And I haven't said anything, but some stuff they sent me is so god awful and disturbing that I would actually be fearful. So yeah, no, they fucked up. I'm taking this to the cops tomorrow. This is disgusting.
People are strange, aren't they?
Dude, they're so fucking creepy. There's more of it. Like, I'm gonna send this to Nick. There's gotta be something. Fuck, what was it? Nick taught me how to figure out the IP address before. Oh my god. Like, what in the fuck? Dude. What is wrong with people? Shit, how do I do this? I forgot how I do this. Okay, I'm gonna hold on. Oh, they said they recorded this.
Good. They might want to re-listen to it and they might learn some wisdom from it.
No, they're saying to me they recorded this. Hold on. What? This is just disgusting. There's just like some seriously unhinged people in this world. I'm not kidding. If I find out who this is, they're done. Man created the term sin to represent wrongdoing during Christian controlled society. Why do you think you are a sinner? Why not just stop sinning?
That's what was written.
No, that's what Zozo said in chat.
Oh,
no, I'm over that. It's so fucking stupid. They continuously keep doing this.
well, Frank asked me if I'm saying Hitler is in heaven. If heaven is source, we started there, God, heaven, whatever you want to call it. We start from there. We're all it. We're all God. We're all one. Then yes, he returned to he. It's just it's not a. Here's the miscon. It's not like we come down here miraculously and then we do it and then we go someplace else. We're what happens when you're asleep? Where do you think you go? Some people call it nightmares. Some people wink wink. Some people call it dreams. That's one and the same. That's where you go. All your shields are down and it's playtime. And we all know if you don't get sleep, you can die from lack of sleep too. You get delirious, like sleep. And if you go sleep deprivation, sleep world will force itself into reality. And it goes back to Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was able to dream himself into reality to make the illusion disappear. It was sleep deprivation is what they're talking about, opening the third eye. So yes, if you want to call it heaven in your belief system, yes, there's no other place he can go. There's no other place any of us can go. And I'm not giving it okay to go out and do whatever you want to do and there's no retribution. Well, there's where the control factor comes in. You got to control humans because in all, we are fucking crazy. We are the most insane animal on this planet. We need control, unfortunately, until you open your third eye.
We're like, we need it. So we have to fucking continuously send us creepy encrypted emails and throw bitch fits about fucking treasure hunts being created.
Well, a prime example. Go back 200 years and see how many more laws we have. And the more we progress with technology and life and everything, the longer we go as a society, the more rules, regulations, and laws we have. Why? Because people are fucking stupid. Stupid. They're kidding themselves. They won't open that third eye. They're blinded by the light. They're scared.
Uh,
They're fucking
it's
crazy.
I don't know if it's technically that they're scared, but I feel like they're conditioned. And I'm not saying this to talk badly about anyone. I'm just saying, like, from birth, you are conditioned to understand that you have to go to preschool, and then you have to go to school, and then you have to go to junior high, and then you have to go to high school. Then out of high school, you got to go to college. And then out of college, you have to have a good career. And then from career, you have to have goals. And your goals has to be to buy a house, create a family, so that you're constantly always working for the man. So you are enslaved to society, and then you die enslaved to society. And then the ones who think outside of that and can look past that, they can see it's not about, those goals. It's not about, constantly wanting to be accepted by society and their self-worth and morals and stuff like that. It's different. It's until you have experienced it yourself or found a way to detach yourself from it or differentiate the society versus what the human condition really needs. It's not really that they're scared. They're just, I feel like, oblivious to it.
I'll give you a good example. None of us can remember the first year of our life. None of us. Maybe, well, I should reframe that. Very few people in the world can remember it. Why? Because we are, like, just like you said, Candy, we are being taught what this world we popped into is. Numbers, colors, speech takes us years. We are taught. Therefore, why can't we remember those first 1 or 2, 3 years? Why? Because we don't understand this world. We're still in like a dream world. That's why. How
Yeah.
many people wake up and don't remember their dreams? You dream every night. REM sleep happens well, on a normal sleep pattern. REM sleep happens. That's when you dream. That's when the third eye opens.
Well, it's not just REM sleep. When you're having lucid dreaming, that's like the most intense of it all.
Yeah. Well, it's comparable to mushrooms, psychedelics, peyote buttons. That's the same principle. That's what's happening. Think about that. I think I said it to you once. Dreams. We think we have no control over them. They just happen, and we can run, and we have some control. But here's a project for everybody if you're interested in it. Try to look at your hand next time. Every night you go to sleep, focus on, I want to see my hand tonight. I want to see how long it takes you to actually look at your hand. Willingly look down and pull your hand up in a dream and look at your hand.
I mean, you know what's weird? My mom told me the same thing when I was little.
Yeah, that's the first step. Once you can see your hand, then you can like play around with that. And before long, it's your dream and that's what they refer to as manifestation. You can either manifest. Here's what sickens me. You see all these manifest freedom, manifest wishes. No, the purpose of manifestation is not to get something out of this world, is to manifest a greater level, a purple chakra, enlightenment, God, guru. That's what they should be trying to manifest, not a new car or a new job or money. That's not going to make you happy because you're, like you alluded to, Candy, you're constantly chasing better. Well, this year I'm making 60. I'd like to make 70 next year, 80. I want, benefit. I want a new house. I want a new car every 2 years. You're constantly chasing the dream.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, it wasn't her. Okay, never mind.
So
Yeah, no,
how do we tie all that to the thrill of the chase? I think that's what you've been talking about, right? That's what ties it all together. The chess, the gold. Here's another thing. If Forrest said, I want to take some of these things with me, The streets of heaven are paved with gold in the Baptist belief. Why does he want to take gold? Hell, the streets are paved up there with the gold. Why does he want to take gold?
I feel like gold is always the lure, the temptation. Like it's what keeps you grounded or keeps you from progression, I guess you could say, or ascension.
I think that's the test you were referring to. Let's see who runs after the gold, and let's see who runs after the enlightenment. The secret.
I feel like I've been stuck in between both. So just because you were going for one doesn't mean you can't transition and go for the other.
Oh no, at any point of your travels you can. Until you die, you can always go. Yes. No one's discounted out of it. No, not at all.
Until you die.
And well,
Well,
even
it just
even the
says in
ones that went out
reincarnation you do
there.
it all again.
Yeah, even the ones that went out into nature looking for physical place, they have beautiful. They were in beautiful places, man. The Rockies is freaking beautiful.
So interesting. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just sitting here and I'm like trying to have fun talking about duality and, different allegorical teachings. And I'm just like, apparently pissing someone off to the point. I posted it in Discord. I was just saying, like, this is what's happening right now. And they're like, it sounds like an incel. And street incels are the fucking profile they're saying that murdered the four Idaho Forrest students.
Okay, they're kind of true. Um, yeah, we're trying to murder the dream that everyone's material dream, everyone's and actually revive and give CPR to your third eye in reality. Yeah, it could be an intel. I'll agree with them. I concur.
I'm like, I'm just like creeped the fuck out right now, street.
Because of the topics you've been talking about, or because of the outside influences?
None of that. The fact that there's some psycho incel that continuously keeps harassing me and now is like inserting themselves in my private life about my ex and about Christy. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Oh, you meant an intel's mess. I thought you meant they were comparing what you're talking about as an intel.
No, incel. An incel is someone like didn't you know psychology? You know what an incel profile is.
Okay, so they were referring to an incel as attacking you?
Oh, wow. They keep sending me shit. Okay, I'm just gonna okay, so I think I scared them. I do not apologize for the amount of space in this letter that I intend to devote to telling you about Candy. Permit me this forum to rant. I am familiar with Candy's goals. I understand how she operates. I have long recognized her tactics, and I know just about where Candy now stands on the ladder to total power. I can therefore say that inarguably, it's quite easy for her to bombastically declaim my proposals. But when is Candy going to provide an alternative proposal of her own? Let me answer from my own personal perspective. As many of you know, I realized a long time ago that Candy's behavior follows a consistent pattern. First, she publicly disapproves of the words someone uses. Then she sensationalizes the hurtfulness. Oh, I know who this is. I know who this is, Street.
Do you?
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm going to the cops tomorrow. I know exactly who this is.
They think pretty highly of themselves. I will say that's a characteristic, very highly of themselves.
Oh no, I'm gonna keep reading because the more I read, it's just proven who it is. Then she sensationalized the hurtfulness of those words. Finally, she uses every method available to attack the person and ruin his or her livelihood. Just look at how she's been trying to make me hide in a closet. While reading this letter, you have occasionally asked yourself, where is all of this leading? And what is the point exactly? I deliberately wrote in the style I did so that you may come up with your own conclusions. Therefore, I leave you with only the following few invidious wackos or as sloppy and careless as Candy when it comes to reporting facts. So they fucked up right there. Um, This is Rick Novak. That fucking backwoods, tooth rotted piece of shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sending this to Ben, and if he doesn't kick him out of Discord, we're gonna have fucking words right now.
The games people play, man.
Hold, please. And so behavior. Hold, please. This is fucking disgusting. Are you like, what the fuck is wrong with this person? Are you shitting me? Yeah, I'm gonna have to press like fucking charges and shit straight. He's
A
the
lot of
one that
people.
he posted screenshots or like not screenshots. He posted videos um that were insinuating that he was gonna rape me and shit. So yeah, this shit's going to the cops.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm really fucking creeped out right now.
Yeah, it doesn't get any more personal attack than that.
What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me, Shy Guy? He's like, Candy, didn't you just say that words shouldn't bother us? They're words. No, I said cuss words shouldn't bother you. Fucking threatening to rape me and talking about my ex and sending me vulgar, disgusting fucking play-by-plays. Are you kidding me? If you're gonna justify that, get the fuck out of my chat room. I am pissed right now, Street. I am pissed. Hold,
Well,
please.
Frank is the one that put pictures of you up when you were underage too. You got to keep that in mind.
I am so annoyed right now. I am so annoyed. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. I'm so mad. Not only am I mad, but I'm disgusted. I'm just gonna do this. And it's really annoying that every time I try and have like a nice little fun spiritual discussion chat, I'm harassed every single time by these absolute fucking psychos.
So the rest of this time tonight, just ignore the ones coming in. They'll be there waiting for you when you get off, and we'll continue our topics. I think we left off still in the 1918 book, didn't we?
Yes.
Have you had time? I know that was a deep rabbit hole you went on since last time we talked. Have you looked into Stevenson?
Oh, you know what? I forgot about that. What was the name again?
Um, Doctor, I think it was John Stevenson. No, Livingston and Stevenson.
Yeah, I think of Stevenson. Trying to think.
It came off. It was Doctor Livingston, John Livingston, and Stevenson. The story of those two, and I mentioned the African trip where Doctor Livingston, I presume.
Oh yeah. Okay. Because I like every time I go down rabbit holes, I come across another rabbit hole, then it takes me deeper down. Deeper down more rabbit holes. Last night, where did I leave off? Before the allegorical rabbit hole. Fuck, I go down so many rabbit holes, it's ridiculous. Help. I am where and oh, Trusted sent me a book today. It was another book and the breakdown of the Fisher family lineage.
Really?
Yeah, I can send it to you if you want. It's the PDF one.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's so much, and I'm down this rabbit hole right now with all the other stuff. I'm like, I don't know how to do everything. Too many rabbit holes. Let me find Trusted real fast. I think I started. Yeah, no. Let's see. Where the hell? Oh, here he is. Here, I'm gonna forward it to you right now. Do. Okay, wait, no, what? No. I need. Why can't I figure things out? Okay, here we go. Forward. Include attachments. Street. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There you go. I just sent it out. I don't know how Trusted finds all this stuff too, but also I'm a weirdo that finds the same stuff. So I guess there's a method to the madness.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Stevenson. Wasn't the other person who wrote Treasure Island something Stevenson too? Robert Louis Stevenson?
Robert Louis Stevenson. Yep.
Yeah. Robert Louis Stevenson. So is there any correlation with the other Stevenson?
He was from Britain. Robert Louis Stevenson. He was great England.
What's interesting about the troubadours is like during the time of Wolfram von Eckenbach, it was the troubadours. And then 200 years later, it was the Mincingers. And the troubadours originated in Germany, Yugoslavia, Russia. What was the other one? Slovenia. And it was also talking about, well, it was also in Spain too, but it was also talking about oh my god, Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon had her hands on that chest. Did you know that, Street?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it was actually given to her as a wedding gift. So that's also recorded into the travels of this little chest. I mentioned it before, like last year, all nonchalantly, but yeah, Catherine of Aragon, she was gifted that specific motif for a wedding gift when she married, wasn't it King Henry or whatever? She was the only one that didn't get her head lopped off. She was the
King
one that
Henry
was able to get divorced.
Henry VIII.
Yeah, Henry VIII. So she was the one that had the church in her pocket so well that she was able to convince them to divorce. And so she survived, but the rest of them, he was like, well, can't do that again. So I'm just going to chop all your heads off every time and get it wrong.
Well, I'll blame that on Christianity. They're the ones that stopped him. If it wasn't for Christianity, those women would have lived. They could have just went, but according to them, you couldn't divorce. So he killed him, man. And I blame that on Christianity. There's another fault of theirs, man. And their
Well, it's
system.
like wrongful interpretation. Right?
Christianity?
Not Christianity itself, just the teachings or whatever, like whatever the gospel is that they're following, it's just wrong interpretation.
Yes. And I think it doesn't help. It hinders one to follow their belief system, because you can never get ahead. You can't. You're evil until you die. That's not getting ahead. It's not heaven on earth. Now, a lot of them will contest, oh yeah, I'm experienced heaven on earth, everything. No, totally different. Nope, there's no way.
True. It's just I want to be careful because again, I'm not saying any of this to like knock any religion or piss anyone off or anything like that.
That's what I do. I'll take responsibility for if I piss anybody off, knock them off. Stop over on Wednesdays, man. We'll talk about it.
That's funny. Oh yeah. Wait, so do you go live on Wednesdays now?
Yeah, I'm going to start doing Wednesday. I'm calling it My War for Me, and I'm going to invite people on. I invited Frederick Johnson on last Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, I'm going to invite Tranquility Base, CMB, I think it was Tranquility Base.
Wait, weren't you getting along with him?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't
My war
sure.
for me
My
is
work.
not well, with my war for me episodes I'm doing on Wednesdays isn't about people fighting. It's about speaking each other's minds. There'll be no arguing, yelling, screaming.
I mean, according to Paul and Bill, you specifically do it to yell and scream and
Well,
have a god complex.
well, no one Frederick didn't show up, so how do they know what I'm going to do? Are they some type of omniscient gurus?
Oh no. I hate typos, damn it.
I do enjoy this line of thinking now, introducing this, and the more we talk about it, the more things will be start coming to light. I believe epicness,
Epicness.
epicness.
I agree with the epicness. I'm just like, it's so fascinating that I've been like piecing, like chipping away and trying to put the pieces together for like 7 years. And this morning, I finally understand it's an allegorical riddle. And then I do that, I unlock it, and then it just takes me to more pieces that I've been needing. And I'm just like, whoa. But then there's so much though to unpack of it. And one, I suck at numbers. So I don't understand the golden ratio. I don't understand it. I need someone to explain it to me, please. Because it's like about the cycles of the moon and stuff. Moon cycles. Because you're supposed to use the golden ratio for the cycle of the moon, and it's like 28.5 days or something. I don't know why my weakness is numbers and my strength is words. Like I don't understand it. Like I'm a complete dumbass when it comes to number street.
Um, numbers to what? What?
Like the golden ratio.
Right?
So okay, let me go back. I believe it was Phlegetanus. Let me see. Phlegetanus. I think it was a golden ratio. Let me see. I think that's what I was looking for last night, actually. So history of the golden ratio, but then wait, what's this? Isle of Avalon. Is this the same damn book that I have? What in the hell? Whoa. Wolfram von Eckenbach wrote the poem Parsifal sometime between 1200 and 1210. Wolfram was a Bavarian knight, knighted by one of the Counts von Henberg at Mansfield near Meiningen, which, by the way, this is where Bavetta was able to trace the origin root of this of Fenn's treasure chest was the Meiningen, because the reason why they titled it the mean box was because it's called the love box. The love box.
Yes.
He was a legendary figure even in his own time, well known from his lyrics. He is supposed to have been one of the founders of the Master Singers. It's supposed to be the Minsinger, not the Master Singers. Wolfram von Eckenbach was presented with the German contingent at the siege of Media in Egypt during the Fifth Crusade, where he may have been impressed by the actions of the military orders. He professed himself unable to read, and his acquaintance with the French language or acquaintance, acquaintance with the French language was surely defective, but a man who invented anagrams and quoted Latin with understanding, even if only two words, was certainly no illiterate. Roger Sherman Loomis, the Grail from Celtic myth to Christian symbol. See, I told you, Roger Sherman Loomis, he is all over Wolfram von Echternbach since day one. Like, he spent his entire life researching him. So it says in Parsifal, the German version of the romance, the author Wolfram von Echternbach sees the quest as one of the individual struggling towards a sense of wholeness. The source of that wholeness is expressed by the Grail. Its very presence nourishes the seeker. In Parsifal, we read of the split between spontaneous nature and the rigid Christian belief in God or supernature, separate and superior to nature. Wolfram says that every act has God and evil, or good and evil results. The secret map of the quest is to be found in the natural and spontaneous, and therefore compassionate impulse. What is especially precious in Wolfram's story is that he attempts to formulate a spirituality which is firmly based within nature. The natural and spontaneous man will always choose the good, says Wolfram. That is the nature of nature. He would have celebrated a man like the Chinese master of Tao, Lao Tzu. This is the very first time a voice had been heard in the West, which echoes the Eastern way of Tao, the path of allowing the natural flow of life to guide one's actions. The end of Parsifal, Wolfram relates that as Christian de Troyes told the tale amiss. He, Wolfram, chose to follow Caius, the Provençal, in Toledo. Caius found a book written by a Sacran known as Legitanus, who had read about the Grail in the stars. So that was one I mentioned before. He declared there was a thing called the Grail, whose name he read in the stars without more ? A troop of angels left it on earth and then rose high above the stars, as if their innocence drew them back again. There are certain strongly marked points in which Wolfram's account of the Grail and of all connected with it coincided with that of latter French virgins impossible for him to have known. The two most significant are the idea of an organized community, the center of whose life is the Grail, the Axum clergy, and the idea of the hereditary line of the guardians, the Solomonic kings of Ethiopia. Both are absent from Christian story, but Wolfram's order is an order of knighthood, the Templician, modeled on that of the Knights Templar. It is well known to me that many formidable fighting men dwell at Montsalvash, the Grail castle, with the Grail. They are continuously riding out on stories in quest of adventure. Whether these same Templician read trouble or renown, they bear it in the sins. A warlike company lives there. Wolfram evidently thought of the Guardians as forming an order like that of the Knights Templar, dedicated to the defenses of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. The Grail Knights, like the Templars, were vowed to celibacy, while the Grail Kings, like the Kings of Jerusalem, were not. Wolfram wrote Parsifal between 1200 and 1210. The Knights Templar owned Lundy by grant of the English crown. In Parsifal, the Grail Castle is a manifestation of the Celtic otherworldly fortress, where time passes slowly and there's no disease, but the chalice Grail has become a stone, the lapis exilis. The stone inherits all the magical powers typical of the Grail chalice. Talks about the essence again, then talks about the stars again. They're talking about the origin of the lapis exilis is regarded by many researchers as the most probably correct one. This is the derivation of lapis exilis from lapis ex colis of lapis de coleus, both of which means the stone from the heavens. Bodo Mergel even suggests that lapis exilis might be a contraction of lapus exilis stellis, which translates as the stone which came down from the stars. Bodo Mergel even suggests that lapis exilis might be a contraction of lapis exilis tellus, which translates as the stone which came down from the stars at night. This miraculous immunity from physical decay. Interesting. And you always get the story about, the fall from heaven and how Lucifer lost his gem from his crown.
Yep, the fallen angel.
So interesting, but there's like, I know Phlegetanus is Persian for the something flame. I
Eternal?
forgot.
Is it
I don't
eternal flame?
I don't think it's eternal flame. It might be though, but all I know is to find the name Phlegetanus is so hard. So hard, aside from Wolfram von Echternbach, or if they're talking about Wolfram von Echternbach. If you try and find Phlegetanus outside of that, I don't think it's ever going to be found. I think it's possible maybe it could be an anagram too. Because they talk about the Philosopher's Stone, which the whole point of this is, the Emerald Tablet. Nomical lore. I was thinking too, maybe it's pertaining to a different language. Because I was on the warpath of something good, and then I fell asleep again. Solving the mystery of Vlad Dracula's diadem, Douglas Meyer. What? What's this? I'm gonna click it. This is interesting. What is this? Now they're okay. I quit. Street. They're trying to say it links to Dracula.
Oh, we've moved into the iron phase of it. Yeah, we all have iron in our blood, don't we?
Well, it's I don't even know what this is. I just clicked it just out of like curiosity. A diadem is a crown or cloth headband that is worn as a sign of royalty. The diadem of Vlad Dracula of Wallachia, as depicted in the Ambrose Castle portrait, contains symbolism of humanity's precise knowledge of planetary orbits and conjunctions of Earth and Venus. This astronomical knowledge was likely known as early as the 3rd or 4th millennia BCE. There are historical implications for the crown symbolism in the foundational mythic claim of the Hungarians. That is the people, they are direct descendants from the biblical king Nimrod. And modern Freemasonry, similar claim of descent from Nimrod, from where they revere as the first Grand Master, as told in the History of Freemasonry and Legendary Origins by Albert Gallatin McKee. Further historical context regarding King Nimrod is provided by the late 2nd, early 3rd century Book of Clement of Alexandria. Clement's texts provide additional details about King Nimrod and attributes to him specific astronomical knowledge that was symbolized in a crown that came down to him from heaven. It is proposed that Nimrod's crown and Dracula's diadem are the same in kind and encode the same astronomical phenomena. It is thus further argued that the diadem indicates Vlad's connection to the Western historic traditions, its use of primordial symbols, a knowledge that is universal among initiates. What? What?
Like Frank said in chat, man, Nimrod, that just reminds me, he must have been a stupid king. He got the name Nimrod. You know how we say, yeah, you Nimrod.
Yeah. Wait, I want to see wait, why is that one in English? Oh, okay, introduction. What? This is so fascinating to me. How do I get this? Is why I go down so many rabbit holes. I'm looking for Phlegetanus. I give Vlad the Impaler. Now I'm looking at Vlad the Impaler's motherfucking diadem. This is why I'll never find the answers, because I'm all over. They're talking about Albert Pike. What? In order to decipher the meaning behind the geometric shapes depicted in the Ambrose Castle portrait of the diadem of Vlad Tepes, known as Dracula, and their relationship to the Western historic tradition, it is helpful to understand that what is called primordial knowledge of the cosmos has been conveyed to people by means of mathematical and other symbols over millennia, most often through historic schools. For instance, the secret of the Holy Grail can be deduced from 32nd degree of Freemasonry called the Royal Secret, published in Morals and Dogma of the Ancient Accepted Scottish Rite by Albert Pike. Specifically, the secret of the Holy Grail is a phenomenon that exists in our solar system involving the golden ratio. Ha! Told you, golden ratio. I didn't even know the answer. I just went with the golden ratio because that was the pieces I was putting together. Okay. Also called the golden section and divine proportion. Based on the Fibonacci sequence, or closely to, it also exists in our bodies and most life on Earth. For example, if one measures the distance from the middle fingertip to the wrist and the wrist to the elbow, one will find the average among Oh, hold on. Among humans to be the golden ratio. The golden ratio is represented in Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. See, I was just talking about this from about 1490. The orbital periods of Earth and Venus relative to each other around the sun are in golden ratio. These periods result in the phenomenon of tracing the orbital conjunctions of Earth and Venus to produce the following geometric figures: a square, a pentagram, and an 8-pointed star. Furthermore, the knowledge associating Venus with the square gem in Vlad's diadem is similar to the knowledge of the ancient Greeks. Some speculate that the ancient Olympic Games had a 4-year cycle that was based upon Venus looking down upon the games. As well, the pentacle and its relationship to the golden ratio was also a known symbol used by Pythagoreans. The interpretation of the Holy Grail as golden ratio expressed in the orbit of the planets in our solar system is encoded in a most unexpected place. The diadem or crown of Prince Vlad Dracula and a portrait copied from the original housed in Ambrose Castle, Innsbruck, Austria, with the original probably commissioned by Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, during the years 1463 to 1475. It is proposed here that this is a precise example of what the philosopher P.D. Uspunksy meant when he wrote the following. Modern science conquers space within the limits of the surface of the small earth. Ahistoric science has conquered time, and it knows methods of transferring its ideas in act of establishing communications between schools through hundreds and thousands of years. What? Why am I so intrigued by this right now, Street? Oh no, I think I lost him.
Oh, I was muted and didn't even realize it. It's the bigger pictures, the puzzle pieces start to fit in, and the bigger the picture, the faster you find other pieces to fit in. Dwindling it down.
Yeah.
That's what I think was happening.
This is so trippy, though. So, the whole concept of the Grail in Wolfram von Echternbach is pertaining to an emerald with the name of the Grail in constellations. And now they're saying, hey, this actually traces back to Vlad the Impaler's diadem. And then, okay, this is what I was kind of talking about. So it says the star which guided them is the same blazing star, the image whereof we find in all initiations. To the alchemist, it is the sign of the quintessence of the Magus, the grand arcanum. To the Kabbalist, the sacred pentagram. The study of this pentagram could not but lead the Magi to the knowledge of the new name, which was about to raise itself above all names, and cause all creatures capable of adoration to bend the knee. The evidence presented here. Oh, but this isn't. That's weird. What the fuck? That's not green. That's like red or something. Is this the image they're talking about? Oh, they're talking about the star, not the gemstone. What the fuck? Well, I was reading last night with the golden ratio. It did talk about the 8-pointed star. The star which guided them. Okay, so then
That's the Star of David, right? The Star of David.
I can't remember because it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 365 days, the 8-pointed star. I don't know if it's the Star of David. But you know what's something really interesting too? Is the Grolier Codex. They talked about how the Maya would follow the different cycles of Venus.
Yeah.
And so now they're saying with the Freemasons, they also did the same thing. It's always talking about like Venus.
Same way with the Mayans. Venus played a big role. Native Americans, I think, over in even Egypt. I think all over the world focused on Venus in one way, shape, or form.
Oh, wait, what? I didn't even know this shit. It says in Bram Stoker's novel Dracula, written in 1897, there is mention of Vlad attending the Scholomance, which means Solomon's school. Much of Stoker's knowledge about the historic Prince Vlad Dracula and of vampire folklore likely came from his associate, the remarkable Hungarian scholar Arminus Vambery, who wrote The Story of Hungary and the life and adventures of Arminus Vambery, in which he details years of extensive traveling in Middle Eastern countries, distinguished as a whirling dervish or member of a mystic Sufi order. Arminius Vambery of Budapest was a well-known philologist, philosopher, traveler, and author. In Dracula, chapters 18 through 23, Stoker's alter ego, the character Abram von Helsing, refers to Vambery's description of Vlad Tepes as the person of historic knowledge. The Draculas were, says Arminius, a great and noble race, though now and again they were scions who were held by their coevals to have had dealings with the evil one. They learned his secret in the Scholomance amongst the mountains over Lake Hermannstadt, where the devil claims the 10th scholar as his due. As I learned from the researchers of my friend Arminius de Budapest, he, Vlad Dracula, was in life a most wonderful man, soldier, statesman, and alchemist, which later was the highest development of the science knowledge of his time. He had a mighty brain, a learning beyond compare, and a heart that knew no fear, no remorse. He dared even to attend the Scholomance, and there was no branch of knowledge of his time that he did not essay. Huh.
I do know a few things of what I've watched and read about Vladimir. That was a very hostile. There was several different warring kingdoms or whatever, and they weren't actually a country yet, I don't think. But there was interior, and we hear it throughout history. They all do, like the Ming or Chinese and all that. Anyhow, he used such. He would line, like we all know the story with the stakes in the ground with heads, bodies. That was a deterrent to like that kept a lot of battles down because they were scared shitless of this guy. If you spend, let's say hypothetically, the stories that I've been seeing, if you spend an entire day on the road with your army trying to get to his castle to attack him, you're going to be forced to watch on both sides rotting body parts and bodies for a whole day or more to get to him. Now, don't you think that's some psychological warfare right there?
A lot of it.
Yes.
But it also looks like every time there is another connection. Oopsie. Hold on. Ooh, okay, make sure I do not break my brain cup that I got. Every time there's a connection to the true knowledge of what I'm looking for Vegetanus, it's always associated with something super evil. Like we know Dracula as like the devil and he's super evil and stuff. But then this person's claiming actually he was a man of sacred knowledge. He studied at the Temple of Solomon and he knew everything pertaining to astrology and astronomy and the secrets of what is known as the Grail. But then the church is like, or not the church, but just society itself is like, Dracula, bad, evil, stay away, not good.
Well, you mentioned I'll mention it. At the same time, the churches at that time were doing atrocities themselves. Not the same magnitude of like, well, they were burning people, stoning them and torturing them. So yeah, kind of about the same thing.
This is interesting.
Well, I find it very disturbing. I'm talking as far as like, what, 300 years would be the 17th? Yeah, 300 years ago, Candy and we would be killed for being heretics, man. She'd be burned and I'd be probably drowned or something. They like to burn witches. I mean, I'm sure
they also like to drown witches too.
Well, you would get
I'd get double. I get burned and drowned.
And I'd get a board put on top of me and rocks added for days and see how long if I could. Even if you confess, they still kill you.
It's so crazy too.
Well, a mere 300 years, that's like a blink of an eye, man. 300 fucking years ago. They suppressed all questioning of their belief system. Well, What type of a group do you join that would do that? Believe in us or we'll kill you. Damn. That's worse than the mafia, man.
I just find it so weird that like the Freemasons refuse to allow. Oh, wow. As we're saying this, it talks about the persecution of witches.
There
I'm
you
not
go.
kidding. As we're literally talking about this, it says the persecution of witches.
Yeah. And what do witches stand for? Alchemy, black magic. Interesting.
Well, so according to the Oxford English Dictionary, the term vampire is likely derived from the Turkish word Uber, meaning witch. Are you telling me that when I want to call some stupid Uber, I'm driving around in a witch? It's literally spelled like it too. Uber, Uber. I will never see that shit the same again. I'm gonna be like, "Did you call your witch today?" And they're gonna be like, "What?" I'm like, "Your witch. You're gonna have your drunk witch pick you up?" Oh god, that's hilarious. Or a designated witch. That's what I'm gonna call him. Did you call your designated witch? I love the English language. Okay. From approximately the 15th through to the mid 18th centuries, witches, mainly women, were persecuted in Western society. Many of these were likely not part of any cult, but rather knowledgeable in terms of folk remedies, midwifery, and herbal medicines. These persons mainly came under the persecution of Christian leaders in England, Europe, and then the early European settlement of America. As Ouspensky points out, during times of censorship or tyranny of the mind, esotericism and historic schools were persecuted and forced into the underground of civilizations. This proposition of Ouspensky can lead to a radical new interpretation of the witch trials in the early modern period of Christianized Europe and North America. Perhaps the church at the time was suppressing a system of schools rather than simply suppressing the outer forms of an earlier European cult, as proposed by the scholar Margaret Murray in The Witch Cult in Western Europe. A study of anthropology, for example, the witch cult hypothesis does not explain why in the Malleus, the Hammer of Witches. Seventhly, that they witches understand better than men the acts and writings of the prophets. The common people in 1487 were not well educated, and many could not read. Women were even more restricted in education. So how would they then understand better than men? And presumably, the Inquisition leaders themselves how to debate on the writings of the prophets. This implies an education in an underground school, the so-called covens of the witches, of which there is an implicit set of rules, as in covenant, were similar in kind as taught by Ishana and the disciples. In the Mediterranean pagan mysteries, one teacher to 12 students was the practical matter of fitting the teacher and students in one room, but also there was a Platonic idea that a teacher may only efficiently teach 12 students just as 12 identical spheres can exactly surround a 13th sphere, with all spheres touching perfectly, and this can be used to form a dodecatron, one of the Platonic solids. Oh, yeah, Platonic solids. Matthew 5:11 takes on greater meaning when one considers the fact that witch persecutions involve persecution of the pentagram star associated with the supposed worship of the devil. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you, lying because of me. But this persecution predicted by Ishuna could be the periodic persecution of true knowledge of the skies, of astronomy, of heliocentrism, and as pointed out by Upswinsky, the periodic persecution of historic schools. Damn.
That's some knowledge right there.
Yeah, basically killing all the witches because they were smart and knew how to fucking read shit. But then,
Um,
why
well,
did they?
sorry,
Why
go
did
ahead.
they? Why did they worship the Oracle of Delphi then? Because the Oracle of Delphi, they did the exact same thing. They read the stars, and these stupid ass kings would go to them and be like, "We need our prophecy." So why did it stop? Because like the time of Solomon, the time of Alexandria, like Cleopatra and Alexander the Great both went to the Oracle of Delphi and got their
Right, right.
prophecies. So
Well,
where did it go south with Nimrod?
Delphi, it was the Greek period, right?
Yeah,
So they believed in multitudes of God, and they thought the gods, because in their folklore, the gods were interacting. They had half gods, half they had like whatever they call them, titans and all.
Nephilim.
They had all types of different creatures. So they thought that's they weren't like the Christian thinking like that. They thought the gods were speaking through her, and women have, like you were alluding to, women have always been the seductress, the sorcerers. Well, think about it. Women give life. I've heard it said, it's easier for women to open up their third eye because of who they are mentally as women, life givers and all. They're naturally in tune. But
Yeah,
throughout history, men have suppressed them, even the Garden of Eden, as just a toy for man. Well, because they know women's the powerful ones, not men. Well, in that sense, as far as powerful as opening up their third eye, it's easier
yeah.
for them.
This is so fascinating. Like, this is why I can never get like where I need to be because I always come across something like this and I'm like, ooh, this is fascinating. Do I need to know this? I don't know.
You wouldn't be reading it if you didn't need to know it, in my
Well,
opinion.
so it shows this selection includes a description of Nimrod's crown. Nimrod, the giant, reigned over the whole earth. The beginning of his kingdom was from Babel. It was he who saw in the sky a piece of black cloth and a crown he called Sasan, the weaver to his presence, and commanded him to make him a crown like it. And he set jewels in it and wore it. He was the first king who wore a crown. For this reason, people who knew nothing about it said that a crown came down to him from heaven. When Nimrod was passing through the east, he deposited books making known that Bountier, the son of Noah, had taught him. The people were astonished at his wisdom. There was among the people entrusted with the worship of fire a man called, oh, oh my God, Ardashir. I think that's the same as Legitanus. Oh, no. No way. I gotta look this up. The man called Ardashir, but he was the people entrusted with the worship of fire, a man called Ardashir. When Ardashir saw the wisdom of Nimrod and the excellency of stargazing, Nimrod had a perfect genius. But the knowledge which Nimrod learned from Bountier, verily Bountier, the son of Noah, learned it from God, the divine, the great and glorious, for it is the counting of the stars and the years and the months. The Greeks call this science astronomy, and the Persians call it astrology. Huh. I swear, I'm never going to be able to go to Vegas because I'm just going to be over here spending money on books left and right. If I can't find them online, I'm gonna be like, I need this book to consume. I need this book to consume. Talk about the Hermetic Order and the Golden Dawn, which again is like considered bad juju, right? People say like, don't fuck around with Hermetic Order, and it's like, I almost want to fuck around with the Hermetic Order because it seems like anything you're not supposed to fuck around with is the right thing to do.
Yep. Everything they say to be scared and fear, it goes back to FDR. I said earlier, there's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Well, look at this now. Dude, I don't know who wrote this, but this is like really good. It says the symbology of wolves, goats, and sheep. The Lyceum Theater is named for the outdoor Athenian school called the Lyceum, started by Aristotle in 335 BCE, in a grove next to the temple dedicated to Apollo Licinius. The name Licinius is associated with underground schools because the Arcadian River, which is supposed to go underground and resurface like the ancient wisdom traditions, originates from Mount Lycaon, Latin name Mount Lycaeus, which has been inhabited since deep antiquity and is the supposed site where the deity or person Zeus Lycaeus was born and raised. Lycaeus translates as wolfman or wolf god. And Arcadian Greece has ancient traditions of lycanthropy, or wolfmen or werewolves. Florensky and McNally state that in his fiction, Bram Stoker is quite right in pointing out that Dracula's ancestry goes back to wolf country. The the Dacians, or ancestors of the Romanians, often described themselves as wolfmen, and their standard was the head of a wolf with the body of a snake. And also that in Stoker's fiction, the Draculas learned at Sibiu over Lake Hermannstadt at a place where young students known as Solomonary in Romania were introduced to the science of alchemy. Note that Vlad lived in Siberia near the possibly mythical school when studying the art of war with John Hunyadi, the father of King Matthias. So he would have had years in which to receive possibly the most advanced education that a royal prince could have in his day. Huh. Why do we keep getting Wolf? I mean, got Wolfram von Echtenbach, which, by the way, Wolfram actually translates to mean wolf raven.
Wolf Raven?
Yup. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
Let's see. King Nimrod as well as Freemason. What? I gotta go back here real fast and like see. Let me see. The Wayback Machine. I want to look up this name real fast. I think this could be the Unifier was the founder of the Sasanian Empire. He was also Ardashir the Fifth of the Kings of Persis. He founded a new empire. I've never heard of this dude. Have you heard of this dude?
No.
Huh. The Unifier.
Well, it keeps going. Think about this. Trace it back to what's the first written society we have. We're talking Sumerian, Mesopotamian.
Yeah, it was the Epics of Gilgamesh.
Yes. So, and they're all talking about these gods coming down from quote unquote the heavens. They all there was a bunch of them in all early religions. They had multitudes. I think Hinduism is the only recognized popular religion nowadays that has a multitude of gods. That's the only one that survived the single god theory. But think about it. They started out for hundreds, if not thousands of years, thinking in multiple gods, and all their folklore is telling stories of these gods. And all these gods have places in the solar system where they can look up planets.
Yeah.
Um, how can that not play into the big picture? How can it not?
Well, I mean, the ancient Greeks were the ones that always talked about how after, if a god died, they would be put up into the stars. Like, that was my favorite thing about Hercules, Disney's Hercules,
Yep.
is because what they put up there? Yeah, it was Hercules got put up there. He was like, "That's my boy." Because he
Yeah,
always,
his mother was a human and his father was Zeus, right?
yeah. Dude, I swear Flegitanus is so hard to discover. Like, it drives me crazy. There's got to be, okay, Flegitanus translation. It's got to be a easier way to find this. It's driving me crazy. It's like right on the precipice of understanding. Flegitanus means nursed. What? Esperanto to English means nursed.
That's suckle, like for nourishment. I mean, like a baby suckles. How our knowledge and our wisdom is like babies. That's odd.
Well, let's try Arabic. Arabic Flegitanus is Flegitanus. Let's try Persian. I remember someone said in Persian it meant some type of fire, I believe. Let's see. JJKLMN. Okay, Persian. No, that also means Legitanus. I need the answers. This is so complicated. Okay, in Toledo, an Arabic manuscript signed by an astrologer called Legitanus. Okay, so this is an astrologer, an Arabic manuscript. So it's going to be an Arabic Orient, incorporate various Eastern details in his narrative. Claimed that the Bard Cat had translated Arabic texts that he obtained. There's another one. Wait, is that the same as the one I have? Legitanus, who lived in Spain, Toledo. How did he live in Spain, Toledo? No, he didn't live in Spain, Toledo. They got it wrong. Legitanus was the one who created the manuscripts or the scrolls that was found in Spain, Toledo, but it claimed he was a Persian astronomer. Or was it astronomer or astrologer? I think it was astrologer. He was a Persian astrologer. And then that information later found its way into Spain. So, what time period was Persia interacting with Spain?
Man, the Persian Empire lasted for a few hundred years, man, at least. But I think it's called astronomer. Astronomer.
Was it the astronomer?
I think they're categorized as astronomers. That's the study of the celestial stars or whatever. Astronomer. I'm not sure, but yeah. Well, Persia, once again, I think it was like the Middle East area. Iraq, Iran, we're right back to the cradle of civilization area. Right?
Wait, which era?
The 300 Spartans. I
Oh
am
yeah,
Spartacus.
Sparta.
That's the Persians attacking them. And they were just a powerhouse over there, man. There was millions of them. They were well armored, well organized, well used. I think
Yeah,
their
no,
kings were called sultans, right? Persian sultans.
yeah, the sultans.
Yeah. They went for, man, I'm thinking a few hundred years.
Wait, I think I just saw someone bring up Legitanus. They're talking about Chiron, the wounded healer. Where did I just see that? I saw, okay. Astria then followed close behind. I have visioned these three walking in triangle. Okay. Hold on.
Not to interrupt you, apologize. INFJ says to have you look at an email they sent you.
All right. Oh yeah, I just did. Thank you. I'm looking at one of the things she sent me right now. That's why. So Persian astrologer. So it was a Persian astrologer. So descendant of King Solomon. So wouldn't that be like if they were a descendant of King Solomon? Okay, so King Solomon and Persia. I want to try that. Because if they were a Persian astrologer, Solomon was the king of a particular territory in Persia. He was an ally to Razia the jinn. Huh. Wait, why did it say the jinn? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Solomon. Okay, here we go. Okay. I don't know that much on Solomon. I just know that he had a love child with the Queen of Sheba.
I think the Persians did their genies, jinns. That was
Yeah.
like their angel type things, I think.
He is described as having been the penultimate ruler of an amalgamated Israel and Judah. The hypothesized dates of Solomon's reign are 970 to 931 BCE. After his death, his son and successor, Rehoboam, would adopt harsh policy towards the northern tribes, eventually leading to the splitting of the Israelites between the kingdom of Israel in the north and the kingdom of Judah in the south. Following the split, his patrilineal descendants ruled over Judah alone. So maybe I should start with the bloodline.
And
Okay, so if
what year did that happen? BC, right?
Yeah, BCE. And every time you have like the Freemasons and stuff, it's always a testament to Solomon. And then you have the School of Solomon. You got Dracula going to the School of Solomon. And so if this Persian astronomer is claiming descent from Solomon, it can't be too far off from this time after he passed, right?
His reign, I think, I don't think it was generational. After he passed, I think his kingdom fell. Didn't it fall like maybe one generation at the most? What we talking like within 20 years?
No, I would say like a couple hundred.
Was it after he died?
Uh, Actually, I don't know. I'm terrible with numbers.
Well, okay. Just the premise of we all know the stories of King Solomon. He had the most gold, Solomon's mines in Africa, and he was the wisest. People would all over from the civilized world would come to seek his guidance and wisdom. It seems like it goes hand in hand, gold and wisdom, right?
Yeah. Well, he's the only one in record history that talks about the blue stones. That's why I've always been, zeroed in on him.
That was that picture with the soldier in the helmet, the reflection in the helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see, it even says here, it says his control over the demon spirits and animals augmented his splendor. The demons bring him precious stones, besides water from distant countries to irrigate his exotic plants. The beasts and fowl of their own accord entered the kitchen of Solomon's palace so that they might be used as food for him, and extravagant meals for him were prepared daily by each of his 700 wives and 300 concubines. So thought that perhaps the king would feast that day in her house. Bro, he was such a hoe.
How many wives?
It said he had over 700 wives and 300 concubines. How did his dick not fall off? Oh my
good.
God.
It's good to be the king.
Oh my God. I'm over here thinking, oh, he only loved the Queen of Sheba. Never mind. This is gonna take me forever to figure out who his descendant is. Oh my
I
God.
think he's the origin of Johnny Appleseed, man. He was planting seeds everywhere.
Jesus. 700 wives.
Have you ever heard about Genghis Khan? We all have heard of it. There's
Yeah.
I saw a special, like 3/5 of Earth's population today can be traced back. We have traces of Genghis Khan. Well, there's only one way that could happen, man. Genghis Khan was another freak.
Huh. Oh, wait a minute. I might have something. Other magical items attributed to Solomon are his key and his table. The latter was said to be held in Toledo, Spain, during the Visigoth rule and was part of the loot taken by Tariq ibn Ziyad during the Umayyad conquest of Iberia. That puts us from Solomon and Persia over to Toledo.
The link of artifacts and knowledge going to Toledo. What's this table? What do they mean by table?
I don't know. I'm trying to read about it. It says the former appears in the title of the Lesser Key of Solomon, a grimoire, whose framing story is Solomon capturing demons using his ring and forcing them to explain themselves to him. In the Book of Deadly Names, perpetually translated from Arabic manuscripts found hidden in a building in Spain, the king of the jinn, Fictwish, brings 72 jinn before King Solomon to confess their corruptions and places of residence. Fictwish tells King Solomon the recipes for curing such corruptions as each evil jinn confesses.
So
Oh, and then here's the Shamir.
He had control of jinns appearing, manifesting in the world with a ring.
Yeah, the Seal of Solomon was the ring. And that's how he was able to summon the king of demons, Asmodeus.
Well, I'm just spitballing here. Could that ring indicate he had the wisdom, the knowledge to summon them and control them?
Yeah.
That
And
would.
he used Asmodeus to find the what they call the worm, which was the Shamir, which I talk about a lot. And then it's the
Um,
hoopoe bird that was the one that would find the worm.
I'm definitely going to look into this table. It went to where, Spain? Let me write this down. What was the name of the city in Spain?
Toledo.
Okay, that's what I thought. Got it. Yeah,
And
I'm
then
interested in this table.
I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to see more. Hold on. It's a grimoire. That's what the table is, the grimoire.
I'm going to shit if it resembles the table that we see in the book with the chest on it in the Thrill of the Chase.
That would be hilarious.
It would.
So they have the amulets, the Star of David seal.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Brave it in the wood. If he summons him with the ring, I'm assuming this table went hand in hand. They would have, he dealt with them on a wood table. Ah, interesting.
I mean, it is rumored that Asmodeus gave the ring to Solomon and it was made of emerald.
Yes, back to the emerald.
So I'm trying to see if there's the Lesser Key of Solomon. Let me check that out. The Lesser Key of Solomon, also known as Lemegeton Clavalcula Salmonis, or simply Legmenton, is an anonymous grimoire on demonology. It was compiled in the mid 17th century, mostly from materials a couple of centuries older. It is divided into 5 books. The Ars Goetia. I don't even want to pronounce that. I don't know if I'm going to be summoning some crazy ass demon. um, Works cited, citations. I don't. Well, if this is in the 17th century, that doesn't quite. Why is it called? It's the Lesser Key of Solomon, but what's the other magical items attributed to Solomon? So the table was said to be held in Toledo, Spain. Okay, so let's go here. The Visigoths. Oh, it goes back to Germany. This is perfect. This is exactly what I need because all of this happened with Germany. So I was like kind of confused on like how they could be talking about Wolfram von Echtenbach, who was a German knight slash Minsinger, but then how did they go from Persia to Toledo, Spain, and then still have this rooted in Germany? Now it makes sense. The Visigoths. Okay,
Yeah.
so the Visigoths were an early Germanic people who, along with the Ostrogoths, constituted the 2 major political entities of the Goths within the Roman Empire in late antiquity, or what is known as the migration period. The Visigoths emerged from earlier Gothic groups, including a large group of Thervingi, who had moved into the Roman Empire beginning 376 and had played a major role in defeating the Romans at the Battle of Adrianople. So now I just gotta figure out Persian astronomer during the time of the Visigoths. That should help narrow down, right?
Does green indicate envy or greed?
No. Well, I mean, it could indicate greed because green with envy, but it's mainly for knowledge.
I know, but I meant like, the color chart, how they color. I think yeah, envy. Envy.
Yeah, it is envy.
Wouldn't you envy someone that has the answers?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. Ooh, who's this? Iberian Peninsula. The term is used by modern historians for the former Islamic states in modern Spain and Portugal. At its greatest geographical extent, it occupied most of the peninsula and a part of present-day southern France. Okay, but I need to find the astronomers. Germanic Visigoth Kingdom of Hispania. Aldanus, then at its greatest extent, was divided into 5 administrative units. Oh, Catalonia. Oh my God, it has Catalonia. I'm telling you, everything goes back to Catalonia. Oh my God, I'm not even trying to force this. Okay, so
So hold on. Think about, okay. So Spain is being associated with ancient artifacts of religious or whatever wisdom from the Middle East area and South America.
yeah.
Spain was getting around, man.
Yeah, they were going stealing everything. Um, I want to see. Okay, I think all were centered learning, and the city of Cordoba, the second largest in Europe, became one of the leading cultural and economic centers throughout the Mediterranean basin. Europe and the Islamic world, achievements that advanced Islamic and Western science came from Al-Andalus, including major advances in trigonometry, astronomy. Okay, I'm gonna click this person. They look like it's astronomy. So Al-Zarqali was an Arab maker of astronomical instruments and an astrologer from the western part of the Islamic world. Okay. He's from Toledo, Spain, died in Cordoba and El Andalus. Islamic Golden Age. I think he's the one that taught. Oh, is this the one associated with Omar Khayyam? Although his name is conventionally given as Al-Zarqali, it is probable that the correct form was Al-Zarqala. In Latin, he was referred to as Arz- Arzekel, Arzekiel, or Ars. I don't know how to say these names. A modified form of Arzachel, meaning the engraver. He lived in Toledo, Al Andalus, before moving to Cordoba later in his life. His works inspired generations of Islamic astronomers in Al Andalus, and after later being translated, were very influential in Europe. His invention of the Safia, a perfected astrotable, proved very popular and was widely used by navigators until the 16th century. Huh. Are you associated with what I think you're associated with? Science. Oh, that's interesting. For computing the position of the planets using diagrams of the Ptolemaic model, these works were translated into Spanish in the 13th century by order of King Alfonso X. In a section of the Libro del Saber de Astronoma entitled The Libros de las Láminas de los Planetas, he also invented a perfected kind of astrotable known as the Tablet of, which was famous in Europe under the name Safia. There's a record of he built a water clock, lunar months. Huh.
It's quite obvious these astronomers of old were wise men by looking to the stars. That's how they got wise.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who Legitanus is. And like if Solomon had 1,000 wives, I'm gonna be trying to look down this family tree for all eternity. Because they say they were a descendant of Solomon. So, but in the story written by Wolfram von Echtenbach, it talks about how the Grail Castle does take you to Catalonia, Spain, and it takes you to that monastery of the monks for Become Brotherhood. So, this is the right time period. I just find it interesting that this is the only astronomer they bring up. How am I gonna find Legitanus? I want to find this person, and he's specifically hiding because he wasn't allowed to reveal himself, else he would have been burned.
Oh, in a heartbeat. Hell, even Da Vinci was scared of being killed.
Yeah, and Nostradamus had to like kiss the oh my God, who's was the one family? I can't remember right now. Damn it. It's just so weird how like bloodlines and like aristocracy, all that stuff, basically give them the upper hand in society.
Blue blood.
Yeah. So how do you go from Persian to the Visigoths? Further impact Rome with their king Alaric the First. Islam, Spain, and their history of technology. The Goths in ancient history. Gothic Catalonia. How am I going to find Flegetanus? I want to find him so I could understand more of this. So Flegetanus.
I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. Visigoths. Why is there? Oh. Do I click it? Do I click it? Do I click it? Let's just try and translate it. What does that mean? It's the only one that pops up, but I'm afraid to touch it because I don't want to get like hacked. Let's see. Google Translate. I think this is. What is this? Arabic? Flegetanus, who has been there. Do I have to click it now? I have to click it. Doc player. What the fuck is doc player? Huh. Oh. This is old. This is old.
We still in Spain?
I don't know what we're in. We're in the time of Wolfram von Echtenbach for sure, but this is like a different type of language. I think it's in French.
We've moved to France already.
I don't know what. Like this is the only thing popped up when I typed in Flegetanus and the Visigoths. The Visigoths. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and try and understand this. The memoir, philosophy. But then again, it's like it probably has some of the best translations if I could just not be lazy and actually translate it. Because like everything gets lost in translation to begin with. So is this just Parzival written in French? Because it says it's called The Lance du Destin by Trevor Ravenscroft. Lance du Destin. I want to see if I can just find this that isn't like, in French. Trevor Ravenscroft was described as the world's leading metaphysical historian, a giant of a man in his field. He was the author of two books, The Spear of Destiny and The Cup of Destiny. The former tells the story of the spear of the Roman centurion, Gaius Cassius Longinus, used to pierce the side of Christ. Well, that's rather fascinating. What are we doing over here?
And what are we doing with the spear?
Well, that's the one Hitler was obsessed with, wasn't he?
He was obsessed with any religious artifact, just like the Crusades were. They were looking for hidden secret knowledge.
But the reason why he was so obsessed with it was because of Wolfram von Echtenbach's Percival. Like he read that book and he became obsessed, and he actually kidnapped this famous historian who was translating Parzival from the 12th century. And that's how and why they got sent to Catalonia, Spain, and that specific monastery. And what's crazy is I didn't know any of this. I actually translated all of this my own. And then when I was trying to do an even deeper dive into like understanding what I had, I then discovered all this, and I was like, oh, okay, so I'm not wrong, because this one man who lived back in like 1912 or something, that's when he translated it, and then the fucking Hitler and that other guy Heimlich both kidnapped him and forced him to translate it, and it sent them strictly straight to Catalonia, Spain. So I'm just like, yep, can't make that one up. Okay, what people are saying, is this the right one? I don't want to buy another book. Stop making me buy other books. I'm not in the mood. He's a mystic medium? What? Who is this person? I've never even heard of this person. Have you?
What was the name again?
Trevor Ravenscroft?
Ravenscraft.
Croft.
Ravenscroft. No. It's a pretty cool name, though.
Well, you know how Wolfram von Echtenbach, Wolfram means wolf raven. So, like, are we looking for both? Like, what's going on? The Cup of Destiny, Spear of Destiny. About the Spear of Destiny. Where's the one I found, though? I want to, like, translate it. I can't find any of those. The Cup of Destiny. Oh, shit, they have this at Target? I don't know what to read, though, because it's the only one that brought up Legitanus with the Visigoths. Oh, this one might work. Here we go. It's talking about Parzival and the Cup of Destiny. I don't want to buy it, though. Come on. The Cup of Destiny, The Quest for the Grail. Who's Parzival? In The Cup of Destiny, Trevor Ravenscroft sought to answer the many questions posed by readers for his enormously well-received Spear of Destiny, and to address a growing interest in spiritual significance of the quest sagas in the Middle Ages. Now I gotta buy it because I think he's the only dude that understands. Damn it. This was written in 1995. It probably is only available in paperback. They always do this. Let me check real fast. Copy. This is how I go down rabbit holes, because I lose myself. I don't even know where my original page was. Okay.
Well, we've all heard every chat will have it. You're wasting your time, no help. No time and thought is ever wasted.
That's funny. They only have it in paperback. This is bullshit. I don't want the paperback. I have too many books as it is. Compare all 17 options. Okay. Oh, a suspenseful music plays. Used. Damn it. I don't want to buy it. Oh, look, it's a collectible for 30. I just want to know where the hell to get more information on Flegitanus, because I'm going insane. Like, some people believe Flegitanus was actually Michael Scotus from Dante's Inferno.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was known as the Enchanter. And he was banned by the church because he practiced alchemy. But that makes no sense. I don't think Michael Scotus was a Persian astronomer, was he?
It doesn't sound Persian.
Exactly. So it's like, why did it say Persian astronomer for the Visigoths? Persian astronomers during the time of the Visigoths. Okay. I need a bigger list because I mean Solomon had 1,000 freaking wives or concubines and wives or whatever. Wait, do you think that's where 1,000 nights comes from? 1,000 Arabian Nights? I'm being serious. Is it
What?
like an allegorical conception of the reason why it talks about Jinn being like trapped in a bottle is because he like trapped all women each night?
Well, let's bring it on back to America. Maybe that's what Forrest meant by hopes that last for 1,000 years.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna get canceled tonight for sure. It's ridiculous. Okay. Um, 5, the Visigoths' history of a conquered people. Arabic roots. Ooh, several 17th century astronomers made the effort to learn Arabic and Persian. It's called the Royal Society. What am I clicking on? I don't even know what I'm clicking on at this point. But yeah, I could see that. It'll last 1,000 years.
Yep.
I mean, 1,000 years would get you a lot more wives than just 1,000 nights.
Well, 1,000 nights can end up with 1,000 years of your gene family running around.
Oh man, I can't.
Well,
I
figure
can't
it.
believe.
Let's just how kings like that. They liked as many heirs as possible, especially back then. If he had 1,000, and we'll just give it conservatively 2 children per woman.
Yeah.
That's 2,000 freaking children, man.
Wait, now there's a secret royal society? What in the fuck? This exhibition tells a fascinating story. Many of the founding members of the Royal Society, such as Edmund Halley and Robert Boyle, are well known figures in science. What is less well known is how aware they were on the importance of building on what had been achieved in science before them, and in particular, the many scientific resources written in Arabic and Persian. The story also shows that these great figures were not in the least bit shy of crediting their Arab scientific predecessors. It is very fitting that the Royal Society, 350 years later, pays this gracious tribute to their roles. Okay, I just need, hey, look, the old new philosophy. It's just new and old. Um, the late historian of science, Marie Bose Hall, spent decades editing the correspondence of Henry Oldenburg, secretary of the Royal Society. Struck by his frequent references to Muslim scholars and the need to translate their work, she wrote, "At first thought, it seems unlikely that the Fellows of the Royal Society, founded by the New Philosophy in England in 1660, for the promotion of the natural knowledge, self-confessedly forward-looking modernists should have conquered themselves with Islamic learning. That they did so throws further light upon the complexities of the scientific revolution."
INFJ said you can read it free on the site she sent you.
Oh, that other book I was looking for?
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. What the hell? 17th century scientists knew. Okay, Muslim knowledge. I need to find me some Flegetanus up in here. Philosophical translations of the Royal Society. Arabic and Oriental manuscripts in 17th century England. I need 12th century because in 12th century, oh, they have that map that Fenn had. What? Really? Huh. That's weird. That was really weird. Sketch of what? Okay. The Arab Fellows of the Royal Society. Portrait. Okay, I need 12 something. They can't be early. I need like 12th century, if not farther back. Oh, this is really old though. What is this? Analyzing the Earth's axial tilt. Huh?
The Dark Ages. We were starting to come out of the Dark Ages, weren't we? In 1200s,
Well,
the
that's
12th
when
century.
they started banning alchemy. Like
So maybe
alchemy,
that's what they mean by the Dark Ages. It was
yeah.
when when alchemy was running rampant. They were trying to get control of it.
Yep. So I need to stop being lazy and make an actual like timeline. It probably help my brain a lot better. Remapping.
Are we up to PowerPoints already? Right on. I
No,
love PowerPoints.
I'll never do a PowerPoint. I'll do a video. Video montage. What are these old books? This is so cool. Why can't we have these? Acceleration of the moon from astrotables to telescopes. Well, the table that they were talking about for Solomon was also an astrotable. Okay, chemist, 17th century. I don't want 17th century. I want 12th or before. Arabic mathematics. Or to translate the works of Greek mathematicians. I don't think it was Michael Scotus. So why are they giving me Islamic pharmacy? See, importing. Wait, maybe if I just look up who claims to be King Solomon descendants in astronomy. Try that. Maybe I'll get something. Exploring the hidden gate of King Solomon's Jerusalem in astronomy. What?
Oh, did I tell you I'm a descendant of King Solomon?
Probably. I think we all are. He just had a fucking 1,000 wives, man.
I think that's a relatively easy guess I can make. I think I have King Solomon's bloodline in me.
It cracks me up. Like, is it dumb of me to think that King Solomon wasn't a whore?
Well, he indulged in the pleasures of his kingdom.
Well, it's interesting too, because it's like, is it wrong that I forgot that Solomon was a descendant of of grimoires, legends, and mythologies? King Solomon the magician. According to legend, King Solomon was not only the wisest man in the land, but he had also magical abilities. By the Renaissance, a number of magical texts called grimoires were penned in his name. The series of articles attempts to trace the roots of how King Solomon became a powerful magician. Solomon was the wise son of David and ruler of Israel and Judah in the 10th century BC. The earliest references we have to Solomonic folklore come from 1 Kings, where Solomon's wisdom surpasses all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. The author of 1 Kings lavishly describes Solomon's vast kingdom and grand knowledge and wisdom, mentioning that Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs. What's up with him and 1,000? Like, bro. Judah and Israel were as numerous as the sand that is on the seashore in abundance. They were eating and drinking and rejoicing. Now Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the river to the land of the Philistines and to the border of Egypt, for he had dominion over everything west of the river, from Tipsah even to Gaza, over the kings west of the river, and he had peace on all sides around him. So Judah and Israel beaved in safety, every man under his vine. Hey. Huh. And his fig tree from Dan even to Beersheba, all the days of Solomon. I don't even know half the stuff on Solomon, except for the fact that he was like smart and he was like, that's really your kid, you won't chop it in half.
I used to go to back in probably the middle of 2016 when I've been in the chase for a while. I started going to Bible study groups. I didn't go to mass or anything on Sunday. I'd go around to 3 different churches 3 nights a week and do Bible study. One of them was about Solomon, and it was a Baptist church, and the minister or pastor, whatever they referred to him as, was talking about Solomon and said he had 150 of these traders basically, and they were trying to overthrow his go. Long story short, he killed every single one of them to send a message to the world: don't come and fuck with them. Well, I raised my hand. I was like, yeah, I got a comment. I said, wouldn't it have been wiser to save a few of them, especially, if there's 150, you save at least one of them and send him on his way back, tortured, of course, well, healthy enough to make it back to his country and tell the tale, And I would recommend slaughter if you're going to slaughter. And why is Solomon slaughtering people? Why is everyone back into? Why are they always killing each other? Even God was killing every. Why were they obsessed with taking each other's lives? That doesn't
Because of
seem
emotions.
wise. It doesn't seem wise. It seems barbaric.
Yeah.
It sounds like he was like they all did. That was the atmosphere. It goes back to um, Count Dracula or whatever his name is, the Impaler. Same thing.
Yeah, Vlad the Impaler.
Yes, it was all psychological, and this guy refused to say it was psychological. He said he said no, it's wisdom. That was his wisdom. I'm like, to kill them all? Hell, who's going to tell the story? You want to send a fear story back. Hell, matter of fact, put him in a wagon with the heads of the 149 and say, and have a armed guard escort him to the border where he's going. There you go. There's my answer. I just didn't see that as wisdom.
Well, it shows over here it's going back to the Kingdom of Ethiopia, which is what I'm named after.
We talked about that the other day. His illegitimate son, his son. There is
His
no
love
such thing
child.
as illegitimate. His child.
This is love child.
Yeah, they're legitimate. I mean, come on, they're alive. But yeah, it was. He ended up being the king of king of Ethiopia. He was a prince of Ethiopia.
Well, so maybe it's the love child of Solomon and Sheba. It's like, who knows? Because they talk about finding the name of the Grail in the constellations, which is also said by Nostradamus. Huh. How did Nostradamus say that? When was Nostradamus again?
When was Nostradamus?
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Let's see. When was Da Vinci?
Oh God. On the Golden Age.
1600s.
Was he?
He was
I'm
during the
honest.
Renaissance.
Yeah, that's true.
14 to 16s. I would go Nostradamus 14 to 16 period, possibly. That's just a guess.
Oh.
I know Nostradamus came out in the Renaissance.
So
15th. Zozo says 15th century.
15th century?
Yeah, we'll go by that. We're not going to fact check you. You got a wrench, for God's sakes. We trust him.
Right. I'm just like,
Yeah, the Renaissance, man, on culture, and it was just exploding. They figured out how to manipulate around organized religion. I think it's not that there
ooh.
was a freedom of organized, like bombard him with heresy and all that. I think they learned how to, through art, express themselves.
Wait, so it says Josephus says in his Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 6, that it was the queen of Egypt and Ethiopia who visited King Solomon. Queen of the South, biblical reference, is made by Jesus in Matthew 12:42 and Luke 11:31. Daniel 11:5 and 8 identify the South as Egypt. There also have been claims that the ancient Egyptian name Hatshepsut translates to as Queen of Sheba. Hatshepsut was a pharaoh of Egypt, born 1508 and died 1458 BC, who revived active trade with neighboring kingdoms and created a flourishing and prosperous economy for her 18th dynasty kingdom. Solar deities are most closely associated with her dynasty. The one founded by her grandfather and credited to the patron deity of Thebes, Amun. She is recorded as going on a famous journey to the land of Punt, though no one knows for sure where Punt is. Sheba may be derived from the ancient Egyptian word for star. Kingdom of Kush was also located in the southern Egypt. Hold on.
Did you say the kingdom of Kush, spelled Kush?
Yeah. You've never heard of Kush?
No,
Emo Kush?
only weed.
Oh my gosh, you cracked me up. Only weed. I only know weed.
The land of
No,
Kush. That sounds like a vacation destination to me.
according to the 11th century geographer Yakut al-Hamawi, the star worshippers of Haran in Turkey and those from Yemen went on special pilgrimages to the pyramids of Giza. The Queen of Sheba may have referred to the title of the Kandake when acting as the chief astronomer, a high priestess of the star venerating religion that was centered in Africa, with satellite centers in Arabia, Asia, and Europe. What if we're not looking for a man? What if we're looking for a woman? It says right here that the star worshippers also studied or venerated the sun and the moon. The roots of star veneration or star study date back to well before 5000 BC. Evidence for a level of sophistication and knowledge of astronomy has been found at several archaeological sites in Africa, including the complex at Nabta Playa. So I don't know why we're just looking for a man. Why can't it be a woman? Maybe that's why no one's ever found Flegetanus. Because that don't sound. If you're gonna name yourself after like burning fire or whatever, it sounds like more womanly than man.
Every time you've been bringing up this name for months now, man. Every time I just think of flagellants.
Oh my god.
Flegetanus. I can't
Flegetanus.
stop. I try to stop the connection, but every time I like pull back and laugh like Flegetanus.
Flegetanus.
I feel like
Flegetanus.
Beavis and Butthead.
Well, like it says Nubia, another possible location. The tradition of the Candaces is well documented in Nubia, where the rule of its many queens recedes into prehistoric times, and there the title Kentakes is a term used to describe the long tradition of leadership in Nubia by warrior queens. Nubia was south of ancient Egypt, also divided by the Nile River and bordered by the Red Sea, and it is another candidate for the location of Sheba and the famous queen. The history of Nubia provides examples of a tradition and a wealthy kingdom that could be the original kingdom of the Queen of Sheba. See, I'm telling you, my name's awesome. The economics of the culture is based upon trade. David Jones in Women Warriors, a history, relates that in 332 BC, Alexander the Great attempted to lead his army into Nubia. At its borders, he was confronted by the brilliant military formations devised by their warrior queen, Candace of Meroe. She led her army on the opposite side of the border from atop an elephant. Alexander withdrew and redirected his forces to enter Egypt instead. It should be noted that the story is thought by scholars to have legendary, and Alexander appears never to have attacked Nubia. That was the beginning of the Greek rule of Egypt that would last for 300 years until the Roman occupation in 30 BC. Huh.
30 BC.
I'm over here looking for Flegetanus, and I found my own name. Alrighty. And Nubia is reflected. Megaliths, Stonehenge. But why is it called Kayet? I think the key is figuring out Kayet and how Kayet is associated with Flegetanus. And no one can find Kayot either. It's spelled Kyot. This is such a fucking pain in my ass. The Book of the City of Ladies continues the convention of calling the Queen of Sheba Francesca. What? The Legend of the True Cross. Visit the Queen of Sheba to Solomon. Well, isn't it the Queen of Sheba and Solomon had the love child and they gave the Ark of the Covenant to him or something?
To the son.
So
Well, he gave I think he gave the ring or something. He gave something to two other sons, maybe, or no, another son. And then allegedly the Ark of the Covenant went to Ethiopia.
That's so interesting.
That's when I mentioned when we talked about it last. I forgot all about it, but there's these um churches that are built in solid rock going down, not up like a building going up off the ground. They actually dug into solid rock and built these churches underground, and they're immaculate, man, immaculate. And there's a bunch of them all throughout Ethiopia area.
Huh.
And the special I watched was attributing to part of the wisdom of the King Solomon had went there. And that's how they made the connection with his son with the Queen of Sheba.
Well, it shows right here when God spoke to Abraham in Genesis 22, he promised not only sand but stars. God said that Abraham's descendants would be as the stars of heaven and as the sand that is on the seashore. I mean, they're going to be all over the fucking place. Wait, does that mean Solomon? Okay, so the narrative of Solomon's reign only mentioned one of them, sand. These two metaphors are very interesting to consider. The Hebrew word for sand also means something like ordinary. It is used in contrast to holy. Shabbat and the feast are only days or holy days, kadosh, but the other days are regular kol. It's not something evil or terrible, but just not set apart or special, like sand. We want to talk about something being secular. This is the root word used, and it is interesting that the extremely secular city of Tel Aviv was built on sand dunes. We can think of sand as carnal as opposed to spiritual. Stars, on the other hand, often represents God's holy people. 12 tribes of God's holy people are represented as stars in Joseph's dream. Prophet Daniel gives a remarkable hint about the different destinies of the saved and unsaved, the wise and the foolish, using picture of stars. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Similarly, in the New Testament, Paul uses his same star metaphor from the Hebrew scriptures. This is such a pain in the ass. How do you figure this out? How's the name of the Grail revealed in the name of the stars? Solomon's kingdom was in some ways built on sand. Okay, but what about the rocks? So it was originally sand and now it's rocks? Like, there's so many parables, I can't even keep up at this point. Like, I really can't.
Every constellation it's animal, but associated with a god too, aren't they? Every constellation.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah.
Because of the planets that's in it is associated with God.
But
So
they're always
if
also as above, so below. So anything in stars is also on Earth. Wait, what?
well, maybe if the Grail is in the sky, and if you put all of the concepts, they're all gods. The Grail is the God's knowledge, the God's wisdom.
Yeah, but I still want the name. I want the name, Street. I want to solve this damn puzzle. Uh,
Well,
not the Fenn puzzle. I'm talking about the Wolfram von Echtenbach puzzle.
right.
Okay, so there are most certainly are descendants of David through Solomon. Everyone in the ancient world knew of both kingdoms. Well, can someone just come forward and just tell me about the Persian astronomers under the connection of Solomon, please? Because there's 1,000 women. How many children? I'm gonna Google that. How many children did King Solomon have? How many children did King Solomon have? What?
Almost as many as Genghis Khan.
No, it says he only had 4.
4
Yeah.
out of 300 wives and 700 concubines. He only
Yeah.
had 4.
There's no way. There's no way.
Well, that makes me feel even more special now.
Right? You're ahead of King Solomon, man. You didn't need 1,000 wives.
That's not. I would blame that on record keeping back then. That doesn't sound. That doesn't sound logical.
Well, I'm just looking at it. So it's showing King Solomon had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. How many children did he have? 3. The question is referred to. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't have 4 yet. 3. But I just want to say that the odds of Shmuel having children with the extra 700 is rather low. The palace was not big enough for them all to live there. His successor, Recham, had 2 daughters named Papa and Basma, married to Shlomo's officials.
You're all muffled. You're all muffled out.
Oh, sorry. It said only 3 of his children are named in Tanakh. His successor, Rechavam, and 2 daughters named Tephath and Basmath, who married 2 of Shlomo's officials. I can't. What the fuck? What? Scripture clearly records that Solomon had 1 son and 2 daughters. It keeps saying it over and over. He only had 3 kids.
Well, if they're basing their theories on logistics and couldn't keep all the women, I'm sure he could travel to them. Why would he have what was 300 concubines, 700 wives?
700 wives and oh, here we go. Here's something better. King Solomon was one of the most renowned biblical figures for his wisdom and wealth. He is also known for having a large number of wives and concubines, which resulted in him having a large number of children. The exact number of Solomon's sons is not known, but it is estimated that he had between 700 and 1,000 children. Fuck. Okay, I'm screwed. I'm never gonna find Legitanus at this point.
But only 3 were acknowledged by history.
Yeah, King Solomon had 700 wives, 300 concubines, according to the Bible. It's not clear how many children he had, but the Bible does say he had 40,000 stalls for his horses and 12,000 chariots.
Well, he was living large, wasn't he? Holy shit.
he's making kids every hour on the hour. Like,
reminds me of that song, Rolling, Rolling, Rolling. Yeah, he was rolling, man.
What the hell? So, according to the Bible, Solomon was Israel's 3rd king and was surrounded by 700 concubines. Saul, the first king of Israel, was married to 1 woman who had 2 children, according to the Bible. In the Old Testament, it was common for kings to have many wives. Solomon's wives and concubines were pagans who opposed the worship of the God of Israel. What? The son of King David was told to follow the path of God. A king of Israel was commanded by God to abstain from gathering horses, marrying multiple wives, and acquiring gold and silver for himself. The first sin of King Solomon was committed in his manner. Gathering horses was sinful because it was a means of assembling an earthly army. Huh. Weird. Foreign brides and concubines in fulfillment of his disobedience to him after taking a pagan wife for seemingly harmless reason. Solomon was not only ruined, but he will also have generations to come. Sins committed by Israel as a result of marrying multiple wives led to the country's dissociation from God. To put it another way, one sin can have a significant impact on a nation. How stupid. Who wrote this? Sons in the Bible, sons of Solomon. He reigned for 17 years, retaining Jerusalem as Judah's capital. Well, here it says he only had 18 wives and 60 concubines. See what happens with translation and point of view?
Yeah.
But I think it's funny if he had 700 to 1,000 kids.
Well, I would venture to say from other stories throughout, like the French kings, the English, all the kings and rulers throughout history, I pretty much think they had their way with any woman they wanted, man. Any of them. And they all had a thirst because it was part of their role as, great leader. They felt they were due that.
Well, what's interesting is if he had 1,000 kids, what significance does it give for this Fledglinus person to be like, hey, I'm a descendant of Solomon? Yeah, so is the person right next to you. Like, I don't get it. I can understand if because he is a descendant of Solomon, he passed down the teachings, the secret teachings, which was clearly shunned upon. So, what if I don't look for Fledglinus, but instead I look for the teachings of Solomon and the stars? Let's see, the teachings of King Solomon, and like, why didn't they start with that? Why did they have to go, oh, my name's Fledglinus and I'm a descendant of Solomon and I found the name of the Grail in the stars? Like, okay, well, if you got it, you got it from someone.
Well, by using your bloodline, it gave your words and your actions credence. It gave it more foundation, unless you were trying to hide it from the church.
Yeah. Well, clearly he was hiding because they had a pseudonym name. Someone says shooting stars are demons. Right here it says Star of David was Solomon's star. Seal of Solomon. It just keeps coming back to the golden ratio because the golden ratio gives you the Star of David / the Star of Solomon, right? The pentagram, the 8-pointed
Yeah,
star.
yeah.
So I think the whole concept is the golden ratio. So then how would you apply the golden ratio to stars?
Well, there's three triangulation. Isn't that how you find anything in the sky or on the ground? Triangulation.
Ooh, well, it says right here, a new study of variable stars observed by the Kepler Space Telescope found 4 stars that pulsate at frequencies whose ratio is near the irrational number, known as the Greek letter phi or the golden ratio, which is also sometimes referred to as the inverse of that number. I want to see which stars are pulsating. Let's go over here. Scholars have seen the golden ratio in Nautilus shells, the Parthenon, the Da Vinci paintings, and now in stars, and new study variables. But what stars? Oh, they're over in the land of Ohio. Okay, College of Worcester in Ohio. The researchers looked at a class of stars called RR Lyra. Wait, is that Lyra or Lyrae? What the fuck? Street. My middle name is Lyrae.
How do you spell it?
Well, they spell it Lyrae, and I spell it Larae. What the hell? Which shines at a near constant brightness. RR Lyrae. I'm gonna look that up. What is that? What constellation is that? What land are we going into the land of? This is why I never stop my rabbit hole. It doesn't stop. Okay, so this one. What are you? Periodic variable stars commonly found in globular clusters. They're used as standard candles to measure galactic distances, assisting with the cosmic distance ladder. This class is named after the prototype and brightest example, RR Lyrae or Lyrae. So, what exact star are you? Where do you come from? In contemporary astronomy, a period of luminosity relation makes them good standard candles for relatively nearby targets, especially within the Milky Way and local group. There are also frequent subjects in the studies of globular clusters. Okay, but where are they? See, identified in the mid 1890s, especially by E.C. Pickering. Probably the first star, definitely of RR Lyrae type, found outside a cluster of U Leporis. The fuck is U Leporis? Oh, that doesn't exist. What is that? The prototype star, R. Lyrae, was discovered prior to 1899 by William Fleming and reported by Pickering in 1900s as indistinguishable from cluster type variables. Why is my brain like this, Street?
The quest for the unknown, the thrill of the chase.
Well, it says that Walter Bade's failure to find them in the Andromeda galaxy led him to suspect that the galaxy was much farther away than predicted, to reconsider the calibration of Cepheid variables, and to propose the concept of stellar populations. Using the Canada, France, Hawaii telescope in 1980, Pritchett and Van den Berg found R. Lyrae in Andromeda's galactic halo. Huh. And more recently in its globular clusters. Main types are most common, making up 91% of all observed R. Lyrae and display the steep rise in brightness. But doesn't it have like mythology around it or stars? Like, why is it not? What is it? It has no mythology behind it.
That's even more intriguing.
Well,
It
this
would,
makes me sad.
well, if there's nothing associated and it's not in any known cluster in astronomy, that would kind of indicate a grail by itself.
But it's got my name, and I'm sad it doesn't have any story. Of the Andromeda. It's just in the Andromeda galaxy. That's it.
Andromeda, man, that I've heard that a lot. Andromeda galaxy.
The Andromeda.
Andromeda, yeah. What did I say? Andromeda.
Andromeda, I think.
Andromeda.
Well, the only thing I could really say is it's a Cepheid variable, which is a type of star that pulsates radially, varying in both diameter and temperature and producing changes in brightness with a well-defined stable period and amplitude.
That's how that's that same what they're doing there is, I believe, how they're finding these Goldilocks zone planets is because of their pulsation.
Huh. Oh, this is interesting. On September 10th, 1784, Edward Pigott detected the variability of Eta Aquilae, the first known representative of the class of classical Cepheid variables. The Ephesus star for classical Cepheids, Delta Cephei, was discovered to be variable by John Goodricke a few months later. The number of similar variables grew to the several dozen by the end of the 19th century, and they referred to as the class as Cepheids. Most of the Cepheids were known from the distinctive light curve shape with the rapid increase in brightness and hump, but some with more symmetrical light curves were known as Geminids after the prototype Geminorum. Goes with Gemini. Is a bright star with clusters. So a Zeta Geminorum or Zeta Gem is a bright star with cluster components, distant optical components, and a likely spectroscopic partner in the zodiac constellation of Gemini. In its south of the left leg of the twin Pollux, it is a classical Cepheid variable star. So is this the same as the golden ratio?
Well, the title of your video tonight or your show tonight is Duality. Isn't Gemini representative of the twins?
Yeah. That's just so weird though. And then it has my middle name. That's so fucking weird. Let's see. Golden ratio. Okay. Let's see if that's the right thing. Heh, so does it. Ooh. Oh. Hey, Street.
Yes.
It says that the Zeta gem was the symbolic representation of the golden fleece.
Oh, there you go.
That's fascinating.
Yes. And what was the power of the golden? That was that Jason and the Argonauts was after the golden fleece?
Yeah.
And the power of the golden fleece was wisdom,
Also,
wasn't it?
yeah, same concept for, the grail and all that other fun stuff.
Yep.
Aristotle's Metaphysics, Stanford Encyclopedia for Philosophy. What the hell? What is this? I'm so confused. Why does it have my name? Why does it have my name? I gotta go back a little bit. I'm so confused right now. Let's go deeper. Golden ratio in the stars. Let's try that again. Let's see if we can get some more context. Because do galaxies follow the golden ratio? A cosmic constant known as the golden ratio is said to be found in the shape of the hurricanes, elephant tusks, and even in galaxies. Now they're saying that researchers say this ratio is also seen in the topology of space-time, affecting the entire universe as a whole. Universe has a golden ratio that keeps everything in order. Ooh. In space-time shaped like a spiral, universe has a golden ratio that keeps everything in order. Well, then what happens if you fuck it up? Whoa.
Well, hold on. Back in these kingdoms, like Solomon, for example, he was wise and had all the gold at the same time. So we're seeing a connection of gold and heaven, basically like the story of in the Bible, the streets of heaven are paved with gold. We're seeing a connection with gold and wisdom.
That also goes back to the golden ratio, goes back to the ancient Celtics and the Druids. You know that symbol, the spiral symbol? What's that called again?
The wheel?
No, it's not the wheel. Shit, what was it called? It was found in oh my god. It was ancient spiral symbol. Ancient.
They find them all over the world. North America, South America, Europe, Asia. That's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called the Triskelion or the Triskels. The triple spiral. It's an exact connotation of the golden ratio. In the Hellenistic period, the symbol becomes associated with the island of Sicily, appearing on coins minted under Dionysus. It later appears in heraldry, and other than the flag of Sicily, came to be used in the flag of the Isle of Man, known as Nitricus the Three Legs. Remember earlier when Flegitanus was talking, they were talking about the Isle of Man?
Right.
So it's known as Nitricus or the Three Legs. So Greek Triskel means three-legged, while the Greek adjective three-legged or a table of a table is ancient. Use of the term for the symbol is modern, introduced in 1835 by Honor Theodoric de Albert de Lunias as French Triskel and adopted in the spelling Triskels following Otto Alphonsen. The form Triskelion, as it were Greek, is a diminutive which entered English using in numismatics in the 19th century. The form consists, it's just like the Trinity. The form consisting of three human legs as opposed to the triple spiral has also been called a triquetra of legs or triskelos triskel. So let's see what is being used in medieval use.
Wasn't there three legs on the milking stool in the story? Me and Bessie or whatever, when he's milking, wasn't there three legs on that stool?
Yeah.
Huh.
Bessie and me.
And he fell off it if he didn't pin Bessie's tail underneath her leg. Huh.
Well, let's see. It is found in artifacts of the European Neolithic and Bronze Age with connotation to the Iron Age, especially in the context of Celtic traditions. The actual Triskel symbol of 3 human legs is found especially in Greek antiquity, beginning in archaic pottery and continued in coinage of the classical period. This is fascinating. So the golden ratio literally does that. And then this is just make my mind blown. And then, oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I wanted the Isle of Man. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Nye Tree Casson. What is the Isle of Man? Self-governing British Crown dependency in the Irish Sea between Great Britain and Ireland. Why do I always do that? So what's the... That is so weird. I want to try and look up... Is there anything pertaining to the star with that word? Let's try that. Triskel. Because they've been using that symbol since like the dawn of time, right? The spiral?
Yep. Always. And it coincides with the Milky Way too.
Some say that it symbolizes strength and progress and ability to move forward.
I'll give you an example. Look at the Wizard of Oz movie. When Dorothy first starts out on the yellow brick road, that's what it is. You got that little pond there, the little bridge, and she starts it out just like, and it goes to the left, just like the wheel or whatever they call it.
But you know what is weird to me is the golden ratio only gives you one spiral, right? So how come the Triskel has 3 spirals? It's like the golden ratio times 3.
Well, if you're circling around to the left constantly, you're constantly going in a circle, but you never close the circle. You never repeat. You're constantly in a new area, constantly walking an unwinding path. And there's, like you alluded to earlier, the trilogy.
The Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity.
The Holy Trinity.
Yeah, you add them all 3 together, creates the path you should be on, possibly.
But why isn't there just one?
Well, it's not just one path, it's 3. And it's been like, you could look at it at realms, possibly the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. It's all the same principle.
But why doesn't it ever show up as one? Because in the golden ratio, all it does is show up as 1. Ooh, what is the myth of the Triskel? Our interpretation links the Triskel to the sun, triadic gods, and the 3 domains of land, sea, and sky. Oh. Triple spiral was believed to also represent the cycles of life, birth, death, rebirth, as well as the triple goddess, maiden, mother, and wise woman, or maiden, mother, crone. Wow. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're back to the Maya again with the sun gods.
Well, the same way with that circle that never ends. You just keep circling to the left. You never do die. It's just continuing. You never, your soul, whatever you want to call it, you never do. You go back to source.
Yeah.
God, whatever.
Each of which symbolize both a separate stage in the female life cycle and a phase of the moon, which often rules one of the realms of heavens, earth, and underworld. In various forms of Wicca, her masculine consort is the horn god. Okay, let's try this with the Maya. Huh. Oh god, I keep getting fucked up messages saying, hey, you're fat. Get a discount now. Oh god. Guess what I just got again, Street?
Wow.
You're never gonna guess what I just got. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. Okay, you know how I said let's take the Triskel and apply it to the Maya?
Right.
Gave me the Temple of the Moon Goddess. Again, Ixchel is the Maya goddess of the moon, healing, women's sexuality, fertility, and midwifery. She protects women during their menstrual cycles, pregnancy, and labor. Tel is known as maiden, mother, and crone, wise woman, symbolizing the three phases on the journey of womanhood. Literally right back to what the Groiler Codex took us to. Are you kidding me?
It's the circle of life.
I give up. Obviously, Fenn figured this out. He's got it down. Okay, this is. You know what I'm interested in is they still to this day don't know what where the cave was specifically located when the grave diggers discovered the Groiler Codex. But regardless, the cycles of Venus in that book were what led them to Ischel or Ischel. I don't know how to pronounce it. But that's the Temple of the Moon Goddess. That was the trick to all of it. So here we go in the universe. Maiden, Mother, Crown. Took you right over here. This little map. Guardian of the Knowledge. I'm not even trying to make this fit. What the hell? So you got Hecate. Hecate is, the Celtic version. The moon goddess is the Mayan version, Ixchel. But what's fascinating is that in Parsival, it claims that the name of the grail was revealed in the sliver of the moon. The moon is the mother, maiden, crone. And since the sliver of the moon is the last cycle of the moon before it goes black again, wouldn't that make it the crone?
Yes. On both exiting and coming back. It's just reversed, right? It's round a different direction.
Well, because I feel like the maiden is birth, the mother is death, and then the crone is rebirth, right?
Yeah. So, yeah.
Or it made more sense if the mother was birth. But they put it as maiden, mother, crone. Weird. I guess the cycles make sense. What the heck, man? You can tell there was something once upon a time that actually made sense because everyone has different variations of these teachings, but it's not actually known.
Once upon a while.
I still never read that book.
Me neither.
Well, they even talk about how in the Broiler Codex, the goddess Ixchel, the moon goddess, is the guardian of the knowledge of the seven cities of gold. Ew. Let's see, maiden, mother, crown. And then this whole time it's been talking about Venus and everything, and then that whole entire Broiler Codex is about the cycles of Venus. I'm just like going in circles at this point for real. You guys want answers? Go ask the maiden, mother, and crone.
Go to the moon. And once you go there, you'll end up going to Mars after that.
Oh wait, it's pronounced Ishel. Even though it's spelled L or Ixchel, it's pronounced Ishel. Ischel or Ishel was the Mayan goddess of the moon, of love, gestation, and Mayans referred to Ischel in many forms. Hey, there's something called goddess school.
Goddess school?
Yeah, it's the shamanic goddess. And the Sisters of the Burning Branch Goddess Gallery presents Mayan goddess of the moon, love, station, and childbirth, medicine, medicine, and the textile arts, particularly weaving. She was known as a weaver. She was often accompanied by a rabbit or a jaguar. See? Do you see?
Yep.
In Mayan hieroglyphs, her name appears as Chakchal, meaning large rainbow. So
could this be compared to
Under My Rainbow?
Kachina embroidery?
Yeah.
I think so.
because I believe they were talking about chaos was oh my god, Pakal, King Pakal was chaos, and she was the one that was used to find King Pakal, which led to the Temple of Inscriptions.
It's all beginning to make sense now.
Yeah, now that I'm sitting here fucking driving myself insane. Oh, it's really pretty though. It says that she's the Queen, Lady Rainbow, Eagle Woman, Our Mother, the White Lady, Goddess of Becoming, Mother Earth, the Womb, the Cave of Life, Keeper of the Bones. She's related to water, healing, medicine, weaving, sexuality, fertility, childbirth, and magic.
Did you
Related
hold on?
animals.
You said the Cave of Life.
Yeah, the Cave of Life.
Remember the Da Vinci story? It's the only personal story he tells about his life.
Yeah,
About
and
the
he touched the
cave.
whalebone.
Yeah.
Well, get this. Try and guess what animals are symbolized of her.
Um. Let me see. You mentioned jaguar and monkey.
Nope. Think of the olive jars, or not the olive jar. Think of the jars.
I don't know.
Dragonfly.
Oh shit.
So saying dragonfly symbolizing sense of self and creative imagination. The feathered serpent, which again was what they followed to find the next place to take the seven cities, symbolizing energy of transformation. Snake symbolizing renovation, renewal, and medicine. Rabbit symbolizing abundance and fertility. And then the jaguar symbolizing authority and power. So the related essences of her are almond, bergamot, marigold, oriental lily, vanilla. The gemstones are agate, brown jasper, orange stones, carnelian, and coral. The flowers are fresh flowers, jungle, turtles, and fish for miscellaneous, I guess.
Oh.
So she's referred to by the Mayans for many forms: maiden, mother, and crone, which is partly what makes this goddess so fascinating. She is in all three. As a young woman, she's likened to the waxing moon. And as an elder or crone, she was connected symbolically with the waning moon, pouring a jug of water onto the earth, or sometimes as an elderly woman weaving on a loom. Note the jug or vessel is an archetypal symbol of women and of the goddess. For more on this, read chapter 4 in Great Mother and Analyst of the archetype of Eric Newman. On her head, she wore a serpent, and the pattern on her skirt was of bones in the form of a cross. She was celebrated during the month of Zip in the Maya calendar under her role as goddess of medicine. She had 4 symbols in 4 different colors: red, white, black, and yellow, which were associated with the 4 segments of the universe. She is therefore associated with crossroads and gateways between worlds. Red, black, and white are sacred colors in the goddess. Interestingly enough, this is true across cultures and across space and time. We can ask ourselves what these 3 colors mean, blah, 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 blah. But let me see, is there fun stuff? Midwife goddess.
Hold on. There was an X shape on her dress, a bone,
It was the shape of a cross.
the shape of a cross.
Oh, here's something. In pre-Columbian times, the island was considered sacred to the Mayan goddess Ichel. And the goddess of the moon, happiness, fertility, and medicine, is believed the only inhabitants of the island were Ischel and her court of women. Later, when the people of Spain came to the island in the 16th century, they found many statues and images of the goddess and named it Isle de Megiers. What does the name Isla mean? Isla means island, and Megiers means women, so it was the Isle of Women. So the title given the land was Island of Women. It has since been shortened to simply Isla Megiers. The temple of the goddess Ishel was situated on the south side of the island and was used as a lighthouse for ships. Torchlight could be seen through holes in the wall and gave sailors a guiding point in the dark. So she's the jaguar. She's the whole story. Like, you can't tell me I'm crazy anymore. The whole fucking story of the Broiler Codex literally led to the Temple of the Moon Goddess for Ishel and revealed that there was a secret hidden tomb to King Pakal, who's chaos, that led to the Temple of Inscriptions. She is the goddess who guards the 7 cities of gold. And this was literally her symbol was the jaguar. Like, you can't convince me other now. It's like the codex written by Douglas Preston was the Growler Codex.
I never did call you crazy.
Oh, I wasn't saying you, I'm saying the other people. But like, she's the rainbow, she's the jaguar, she's the mother, maiden, and crone, she's the golden ratio. Like, dude, this is it. This is it. I've already got it.
The next question we have to ask ourselves, where is Forrest Fenn's very special spot?
Ascension.
From what we know right now.
Well, I mean, I would say it's all tied to Skippy, right?
Let's add in his father would know and Peggy would be there waiting for him.
Well, because his father died first.
Or his father considered taking his own life. So he would know the thought. He would know the place Forrest was going to if you take your own life.
Huh.
But I survived, so it ruined the story.
Right. I survived.
Ruined the story.
I see cities of gold. Okay, so if the story is the Gorilla Codex, the Gorilla Codex, Mayan Moon Goddess Itchel is one of the most powerful spirits. The sword later turns gold. Wait, 2 tropes. What is this? Okay, hold on. Guardian of El Dorado. See? Guardian of El Dorado. I can't make this shit up, dude. Jaguar familiar, Guardian of El Dorado in South America. Shell guards the ancient city of gold and its people. She's not the friendliest feline. Chell refers, like, Chell is the other half of Ischel, so the jaguar. And it says that the jaguar is the guardian of the 7 cities of gold. She's not the friendliest feline. Chell prefers a partly humanoid form and is revered as a god and protector of the city's people. There's many images of jaguar-faced human carved in stone and sewn as toys for children. But throughout all of Mayan mythology, it's always been Ischel that was the guardian of the 7 cities of gold. And so, don't you find it fascinating, Street, that she was used to find a secret chamber in the Temple of Inscriptions for King Pakal? So if you go back to King Pakal at the Temple of Palenque, which George Fisher and then Douglas Preston's ancestor were credited with finding. Go to Temple of Inscriptions, King Pakal, Palace of Palenque. Oh, fascinating. The Temple of Inscriptions. House of the 9 Sharpened Spears. This is the largest Mesoamerican step pyramid structure, the pre-Columbian Maya civilization, site of Palenque, located in the modern state of Chiapas, Mexico. See, it was rumored that the location where the cave was found, where they found the Gorilla Codex, was in the Chiapas Mountains. But then another cantation saying that it was found somewhere between Cozumel and Quintana Roo.
Okay, that mountain range and it's in the Yucatan Peninsula, right?
Yeah.
How far away from it from Cozumel?
I don't know how far Chiapas is from, but see, the Temple of Inscriptions is located in modern day state of Chiapas. So it would kind of make sense, but then you don't know. Like, the article I found where it said it was somewhere between Cozumel and Quintana Roo gives you Skippy, like, hands down. But then if it was in the mountains of the Chiapas, then it would be the closest to the Temple Inscriptions. But the secret Temple of the Moon Goddess, Ischel, was found over in Cozumel. So it's like, where would this pyramid be? Would it be over in the mountains of the Chiapas, or would it be over at Cozumel? My money's on Cozumel.
I do recall the Mayan civilizations, the Yucatan Peninsula, the way it jets out and kind of curves back up. That whole area in there, um, north, south, east, and no, yeah, east and west towards like almost the coast. I don't think it went to the coast of the Pacific, but anyhow, I think there was three different Mayan kings or kingdoms in that general area, and one of them was superior. There might have been four, but it wasn't
Huh.
the area the Mayans were strong at during their peak was basically that whole area on the Yucatan Peninsula that shoots out from Mexico.
Huh.
And
That's interesting.
there was infighting among the three or four kingdoms or whatever they referred to themselves. And it was one of them was the strongest, and that's the one I think uh what's the temple with the moon god, and at a certain time of year you can see Quetzalcoatl going down on it.
It's chill.
Is okay. I think that was the biggest leaders at the time. That was his headquarters, and he was
Yeah.
there was a lot of infighting and slavery going on among them.
Well, Ixchel is the temple of the moon goddess, and they found her because they used the Broiler Codex. That was how Ixchel was discovered. Did you know that?
What was that?
Ixchel, the one you just mentioned,
Yeah,
that's how they discovered it. Was they used the Broiler Codex.
I didn't realize that.
So let me see. That's
I
the one
know
I like.
I've talked about it before in the temple of the moon goddess in that city, or that complex. They have found traces of mercury and
Hydrogen peroxide.
yeah, hydrogen peroxide, the same as they found in the Great Pyramid. The mercury was in the basement or the underground.
So again, it goes to the Isle of Women or the Island of Women, right? And so if you cross-reference that, which is the Ixchel Temple, and then you put in Broiler Codex, I found this like all one night. I was down like a huge rabbit hole. Hold on. Okay, so let me see it. I think it's this one, maybe. Oh God, that's a lot of writing. General remarks. Um, okay, so like its three fellow codices, the Griller Codex is a folding screen book painted on bark paper, blah blah blah. But it literally states and talks about how it was used to find and locate the Temple of Ixchel. Let me see. Sacred calendar. They talk about the sacred calendar, Venus. According to the number at the top of the Griller page, correspond to the numbers at the bottom of the Dresden for Venus table. I see. I wish I could just like control search, but I can't. It's driving me crazy. Style of the Griller Codex. Let's see. Where are you? Okay, certain geographical human features in Griller are thus pointed out by Robertson as typical of the mixed text style before the Spanish inundation. For instance, Griller 11 shows the god hurling a dart toward a body of water. Where is the island? Hold on. Fenn. Oh, here we go. Is it Chichen Itza? Hold on. Harvard style. Is it Chichen Itza? Hold, please. Hold, please. Chichen Itza. Okay, so Chichen Itza. That's the Yucatan. Hold on. There's so much in this. Okay, I think Chichen Itza.
led with the Groiler Codex. Hold on. Groiler Codex. Okay. Groiler Codex. Okay. Rule genuine with the oldest manuscript. A detail of an image from the time Groiler Codex. Choose a book, picture from Groiler Codex. Okay, so from. Jeez, there's so much on this. Okay. Groiler corresponded to imagery at Chichen Itza. Yeah, so that's okay. So the Groiler Codex first led them to Chichen Itza. And then once they found more information from Chichen Itza and went back to the Groiler Codex again, then took them to the island of the women, aka Itzchel, which is the moon goddess. And then when they went there, then they discovered they needed to go to the Palace of Palenque because the Temple of Inscriptions over at the Palace of Palenque held a secret room that housed the king Pakal, who held the secrets of the seven cities of gold, because the moon goddess. So you know how it's always the story about the sun and the moon? Yep. King Pakal was the sun and Ischel was the moon. And so she led them to the secret compartment to find the sun. That was the last part to reveal the story of the seven cities of gold. And then it led them to San Lazaro. So it was just like they wouldn't have had anything if they didn't have the Groiler Codex. The Groiler Codex is what cracked all of it. It's just like, it's so fascinating. And now it's like, oh yeah, the moon goddess is basically everything. And they were talking about, oh yeah, one variation for the golden ratio is the sun, the other variations for the moon. I was like, here you go. King Pakal is the sun and Ishel is the moon. Sometimes I feel like it'd be less complicated if my mind did not know all these other like variations of stories. It's just like stick with the sun and the moon god of the ancient Maya culture. We'll be aight.
They're all connected worldwide. It's not just there. Once you get done with the Mayans, you'll see it'll connect you to some other. I'm sure it's going to lead towards all the Middle East.
Yeah, go back to Persia again.
And once you hit Samaria and Mesopotamia, it'll take you back farther than that, like that temple they found in Turkey and all that. Good luck. Let them dig for a while. They'll find some stuff. The longer they dig in one place like that, they'll find some more things. It's just a matter if they're going to release it or not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it can be released because, I mean, look at the government. They already own half of San Lazaro. So, like, anytime they find something wonderful, like a discovery, they take it over. Oh, my package is on the way. Yay. Yeah. I just went down a humongous rabbit hole using allegorical riddle that led me back to the same damn spot I've been.
I think we're making headroom, though. I think we are.
I think I've been ahead of understanding before I even knew what I understood.
Yeah, it's a learning process.
It's a process of insanity. It's like, okay, it's teaching you about death. And what's interesting is I believe, yeah, it's the jaguar and the moon goddess who is the personification of death, like death and life and rebirth. Right? That's what they said the mother maiden crone was.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Warm waters halt at the cycle of life.
So I'm thinking we're going to hit a point where we're going to look quickly down.
Yeah, look quickly down at us piecing out from this earth. Bye.
And well, if you go there with a smile, you'll leave with a grin.
That's funny. You're just like smiling because you can't wait to leave everybody and be like, bye, bitches. I'm out of here. I swear, I still can't believe King Solomon had over 1,000 concubines and wives. Like, what? Oh, is Galaxy in
Um,
chat?
yeah, that's one of the biggest ones. But like I said, Genghis Khan, the Mongols, I think all of their like they were a dynasty too, going on generations. Even they had the same stories with the concubines. France, England, they all did. All the royalty did. Egyptian pharaohs, they all did. They
Oh,
liked
they're
to
talking
party,
about it.
didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They knew how to party to the point is a little concerning. I mean, wasn't the ancient Greeks that were like absolute whores, just like hooking up with everyone left and right?
Yeah, the Greeks were freaky, and it didn't male, female. They didn't give a shit. Animals, hell, they
Oh
didn't care. They brought
God,
animal
that's just
livestock
wrong.
into it too.
That's just wrong.
Here, come
Like,
here. Let me just picture it. It's like, oh, that sheep's looking sexy.
I honestly feel like that is the variation of stickler and the apple pie and American Pie.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Well,
what the hell is wrong with people?
I always made the association with like the shepherds of the old like the Bible. I'm thinking, oh, that makes sense now.
Well, so INFJ sent me one link and it showed that Solomon had the name of Legitanus for his stock. And I'm like, what does that mean? I don't even know how to translate that.
For his stock?
Yeah, for his stock.
Doesn't that indicate like
Sheep?
no, well, yeah, stock, but it could indicate like children too.
Oh,
Stock?
they're oh, okay. So we're
Yeah.
back to square one again.
Well,
He's
it can mean now hold on. It could mean, yeah, stock and is like animals because it mentioned how many freaking horses did he have and chariots?
1,000.
Yeah. It could, but it also could mean your stock, your bloodline, your stock.
Okay, so then that makes sense with the whole story about him being related to Solomon. But like, I don't know what exactly let me see, the mystery archive. I think it's this one. Yeah, she circled something for me. Yeah. She said, do. Magical characters in very ancient times, Legitanus of Solomon's stock had written the story. I think that just might be a rendition of what we already know through Parzival, to be honest. Existence of the heathen calf. Wait, the existence of the heathen calf worshipping Legitanus. Calf worshipping?
There was actual religions with calves that well, look at India. They're
Yeah.
sacred. Cows are sacred.
Well, this one's called Copy of Quests of the Dragon and the Bird Clan. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of the Dragon and the Bird Clan. The Dragon. Why am I even trying to look for him now? The Dragon and the Bird Clan. I already got the Moon Goddess. I've been ahead of you the entire time, Plegitanus. Clan. What is the Dragon and the Bird Clan? Quest of the Dragon and the Bird Clan. Okay, let's click it. What are you? Let me click you. Oh, of course you're on Amazon. Ooh, that's weird. What are you? Let me raise you. Okay. It says research ancient medieval history for decades, traveling to far corners of the world for clues about little known ancient maritime voyaging and oceanic trade networks. Hey, he's living my dream life. He's collaborated and corresponded with recognized experts like Dr. Stephen Oppenheimer, author of Eden, the East, and archaeologist Wilhelm Solheim in developing this groundbreaking study. Interesting. I want to see what he has to say about Vegetanus, though, because it states he says something about Vegetanus. Flegetanus. Does anyone know who Flegetanus is? In Parsifal itself, Kundry, the prophetess from near the Ganges, recites the names of the stars in Latino Arabic. Wait, what? In
We
North
should be
Spain?
we should be able to sniff Legitanus out.
Well, that's interesting. Hold on. Okay, so in Parzival itself, Kundry, the prophetess from near the Ganges, recites the names of stars in Latino Arabic, revealing that such knowledge as found in Toledo was possessed by von Eschenbach himself. Conjunctions of stars and planets signal the advent of new cycles and holy messengers. According to the Muslim astrologer Al Abu Masar, that's the one I was looking into earlier. First translated by Joannes Hisplanus John of Seville in the mid 12th century. His works, that's literally what I was talking about tonight. And Daliat okay. So in particular, Al-Musar introduced the idea that the great religion of philosophies were all revealed after special conjunctions of Jupiter with one of the 6 planets. He also created an Islamicized version of the 3 Hermes legend found in the Greco-Egyptian Hermetic tradition. According to Al-Musar, various incarnations of Hermes visit the earth to introduce new religions or philosophies. In the West, the first Hermes was Idris, known in the Old Testament as Enoch. Second was Budhasaf of Babylon, and the third Eris, Forrest of Egypt. Interestingly, all these prophets were said by either Al-Bumsar or his followers to have originated in or to have learned their arts in the Indies, Al-Hind, or China, which is ancient Taoism, which we'll say all the time. An Eastern connection is not surprising when you consider that Al-Bumsar hailed from Belka in Afghanistan. It was probably familiar with medieval Zoroastrian millenarism. Roger Bacon and Pierre Dialy, following Al-Bumsar, propounded that 5 prophets corresponding to 5 of the 6 planets had already appeared on Earth during conjunctions with Jupiter. Each had introduced a major world religious or philosophical system. The last false prophet, in their view, the Antichrist, would come with the grand conjunction of Jupiter and the moon. Indian tradition also links the last age with the conjunction of Jupiter moon, but in reference to the savior king Kalki rather than the Antichrist. Huh. So I was right in assuming that is Flegetanus, because that's what they're talking about right now. By far the most famous of these prophets was Michael de Nostradamus of Provence. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Did I literally say when did Nostradamus come about? Because I think he could be Kayat.
Yep, 15th century roughly, I think. We concluded.
Wait, no, that doesn't work then. If Nostradamus was 15th century, he can't be Kayat, but he could be in a relation to Kayat. Because when this was written, this was through the 12th century. It was like 1200 or 1210 for Parzival and Wolfram von Echternbach. So if Nostradamus was 15th century, that's like 300 years ahead of time. But he is of Provence, and they say that Kayat was of Provence, France. So it would make sense that Nostradamus had ties to Kayat and would know also about the ties to Solomon through Flegetanus. Michael de Nostradamus of Provence, France. In his writings, he may have referred to the last prophetic conjunction of Jupiter with the moon when he mentions the 6 bright celestial splendor. See, I told you. He was the same person doing the same stuff that they claim Flegetanus was doing. And he said his bloodline derived from the Oracle of Delphi. So I'm just sitting here already talking about this shit, piecing it together, and then I have to sit here and get confirmation to myself when I see it in a historic book. Like, I need a PhD to tell me, hey, you're right. Long awaited.
Well, they did go to college for it, after all. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't go to college for it. I just sat here and obsessively looked into all these patterns and connections nonstop.
Yeah, you don't have a piece of paper. You're not. It's like the scarecrow. Piece of paper makes a difference. Damn it.
I might actually get this book to read. This is kind of cool. It talks about the conjunction of the sun with the moon. Venus, the Pleiades, Orion, and Sirius is widely observed in many cultures. The ancient Polynesians saw conjunctions as signs and omens, and the navigator Hawaii Iloa was advised to sail toward an auspicious conjunction involving Jupiter during his discovery voyage to Hawaii. Many Austronesian peoples looked for auspicious times for battle and other events in the conjunction of the moon with certain fixed stars or planets. According to Chinese accounts, like the Peng Chao Kautan, the inhabitants of San Fotisi were expert astronomers and especially skilled in the prediction of eclipses. Huh. It's actually a really cool book.
And that's the one I have INFJ sent you.
Yeah, she sent me it was like a little excerpt of it, and I like wanted to read the whole thing because I saw something weird. So yeah, thanks, INFJ. That's exactly what I needed to tell me to stop fucking trying to find Flegitanus. So yeah, that means the secret goes all the way back to the Oracle of Delphi. So now if you go to the Oracle of Delphi, that's in
Which
the time.
it represents mysticism,
Yeah.
third eye.
It's also the Oracle of Delphi was during the time of Cleopatra and Alexander the Great.
Yep.
And the very first one was Pythia, I believe. Yeah, Pythia. So the Pythia or Oracle of Delphi was a priestess who held court at Pytho, the sanctuary of the Delphinians, a sanctuary dedicated to the Greek god Apollo. It always goes back to Apollo.
Yep.
If it's not Apollo, it's Pakal. It's the same. It's the sun
Which
god.
Apollo is associated with the moon.
No. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, was Apollo the moon or was he the sun?
I thought he was the moon.
But wasn't he the one that got two? Oh no, that was the other one. Yeah, you're right. Apollo.
Mercury
Yeah.
had the wings on his shoes. Mercury, right? Yep.
Uh,
Mercury is the wings on his shoes. Apollo, I think he had a bow and arrow, man.
Icarus was the one that got close to the sun. There we go.
Icarus.
Yeah.
Well, think of the first moon mission was the Apollo mission. I think didn't they call him Apollo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I keep thinking that was the sun. That was the moon.
Yep.
This is what happens when I research too much. I start like melding my brain together.
Okay, so look at that. Look at their folklore and their stories in that region, and then look at Cozumel and the Mayans with their
Yeah.
theories and stories. There's a lot
So,
of similarities.
but it's interesting that in their retellings, it's a man who is the moon, and in the Maya, it's the woman, the mother maiden crone, who's the moon. But what was her actual name? The name Pythia is derived from Pytho, which in myth was the original name of Delphi. Etymologically, the Greeks derived this place name from the verb puthian, to rot, which refers to the sickly sweet smell from the decomposing body of the monstrous python after it was slain by Apollo.
Well,
Jeez, that's fucked.
I have an answer to that female and male change across the Atlantic. The Greeks and all, they had a lot of gods. I don't think the Mayans had that many gods, did they? As many as the Greeks.
Yeah, no, they didn't have that many.
So that could it fit their narrative. So they switched same premise, probably same moral of the story, but they were lacking gods. So I'm sure, hell, they probably compared to the Greeks 12 or whatever. What was Mount Olympus? 12 of them, wasn't there? 12, 13? Like, yeah, 12, like the apostles.
Yeah, 12.
12. Okay, say the Mayans only had 4. Well, that means the 4 have 3 different characteristics associated following the Greek theories, the folklores and the morals of the story. So yeah, I can see that possibly.
Well, like this goes back again to Nostradamus, the last book of Nostradamus. He goes to tell us that his bloodline goes all the way back to the Oracle of Delphi. And right here it says details of how the Pythia operated are scarce, missing, and non-existent entirely, as authors from the classical period, 6th to the 4th centuries BC, treat the process as common knowledge with no need to explain. It's like super locked down. But then the interesting thing about Pythia, or the Oracle of Delphi, is that they use that scry, that it's kind of like a tripod. It was a gold thing tripod they would fill with different types of vapors, and it would have a different mixture of wine, honey, but the main thing was that type of hallucinogen that was found in wormwood, and the same recipe was for the Temple of Elysian.
Right.
So people believe that she would stand above the cracks of a volcano and inhale those fumes, and that would give her her powers for like the prophecies. But Nostradamus states it wasn't that. She actually had a recipe that she got from the Emerald Tablet, because that was pertaining to all the stuff that was going on. And she would just stand over that and inhale the fumes from that. And that's what would give her like prophecy and stuff, because she would.
If you look at some of the ancient picture drawings of her, like in mosaics and stuff, she's up on this, like it reminded me of like a lifeguard. She's way up above this huge ass fucking vessel, man. You're right, it's a huge ass vessel. So if that vessel's sitting down heating up, I could see the steam coming out of whatever she's got it. I'm talking bigger than a 55-gallon drum big, like maybe a little more like 100-some gallon.
Yeah, but she
Um,
also used that to read the stars too. She
yeah.
was the one that first started to read the stars.
Well, you are aware that it was a cult. There was a following on Delphi, and it was females.
Yeah.
She wasn't her. There was a lot of disciples or whatever you want to call, but she was like the leader of it. But they were. It was a cult, a school of teaching how to do it.
Well, it says Apollo chose his first priests, whom he selected in their swift ship. They were Cretans from Minos, city of Kononosos, who were voyaging to sandy Pylos. But Apollo, who had Delphinios as one of his cult epithets, leapt into the ship in the form of a dolphin. Dolphin Apollo revealed himself to the terrified Cretans and bade them follow him up to the place where you will have rich offerings. The Cretans danced in time and followed, singing the paean, like the paeans of the Cretans, in whose breasts the divine muse had placed honey voiced singing. Paean seemed to have been the name of which Apollo was known in Mycenaean times. The hymn to Delphic Apollo conveys a historical message. It is above all there that there once were Cretan priests at Delphi. Robin Lane Fox notes that Cretan bronze are found at Delphi from the 8th century onwards, and Cretan sculptures are dedicated as late as C20, 620 to 600 BC. So what's interesting, though, is there was a multitude of different oracles of Delphi.
Yeah, not
but
just one location. There was a couple different locations, right?
no, it's still always the same location. I think it was the Apollo Temple or something, right? Wasn't it over where they say it was the same spot where they ended up doing the prophecy for Alexander the Great and Cleopatra?
Yeah.
So what's interesting is trying to figure out the bloodline lineage from the Oracle of Delphi over to Nostradamus. Because Nostradamus claims that the reason why he was able to read the stars and foretell past, present, and future is because of his bloodline that goes back to the Oracle of Delphi.
Well, that's Greece. We're in Greece. Nostradamus was in. Where the hell was he at when he was doing? Where was he? Where's his hometown? Do you know?
Oh shit! I think didn't he do something? He was over by the Chateau Rennes.
I was it's not Spain, it's Europe someplace. He wasn't in, yeah, he was out of the Middle East into Europe.
Hold on. Because he ended up doing what was it, the Medicis too, or something? Michael de Nostradamus, usually Latinized as Nostradamus, was a French astrologer, apothecary, physician, and reputed seer. He was best known for his book Les Prophéties. So I
French.
believe it's in the book I have, The Lost Book of Nostradamus, which was only recently revealed from the Vatican Library. Let me see where it is. Because in that's where he actually talks about the Oracle of Delphi and his bloodline lineage.
That's not far of a jump for, like, whatever happens, an overthrow, government, whatever. They disbanded. Could have been religious pursuit, whatever. They disbanded. From Greece to France isn't that far away, and we're talking what, in 1,500 years? Yeah, I could see 1,500 years for his bloodline, or that bloodline, to make it to France.
Huh. That's interesting though. Well, why does it let's see, try the Oracle. I remember reading in the very beginning it talked about it. Oh my god. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, introduction. Okay. The prophecies within his centuries range from his day to the present, so 90% of them are already fulfilled, but there remain at least 40 or so obscure prophecies known as the occult or spiritual quatrains that appear to relate to our future. It is in the intention of this work to elucidate on the Lost Book of Nostradamus, a work consisting of over 80 plates of prophetic figurines. The book, whose origins is apparently from the seer, came to light in 1994 when a journalist discovered it in the Vatican Library. The book was submitted to the Vatican as a gift by Caesar, the son of Nostradamus, in 1629. He later died from plague in 1630. These mysterious plates are a challenging area for scholarship. It goes without saying, these are the very final prophecies of the savant. Here we find historic plates containing prophetic predictions, oracle pertaining to the church, and visions of mysterious character known as the One Male, whose focus is on raising the consciousness of man. Why is it always a male? So let's see if it's in the letter that he gives his son. Let me see. It's not this page. It's got to be in the very beginning. Very beginning. Introduction, Life of Nostradamus, Preface to the Prophecies, Last Book of Nostradamus. There's a letter introduction. Nostradamus writes for his son. Here we go. Preface by M. Nostradamus to his prophecies. So he's talking to his son, and he's telling him that his blood is, it goes all the way back to the Oracle of Delphi. So greetings and happiness to Caesar Nostradamus, my son. Your late arrival, Caesar Nostradamus, my son, has made me spend much time in constant nightly reflection so that I could communicate with you by letter and leave you this reminder. After my death, for the benefit of all men, of which the divine spirit has vouchsafed me to know by means of astronomy. And since it was the Almighty's will that you were not born here in this region, that I do not want to talk of years to come, but of the months during which you will struggle to grasp and understand the work I shall be compelled to leave you after my death. Assuming that it will not be possible for me to leave you such writings as may be destroyed through the injustice of the age. The key to the hidden prediction which you will inherit will be locked inside my heart. Also bear in mind that the events here described have not yet come to pass, and that all is ruled and governed by the power of Almighty God, inspiring us not by Bashik frenzy nor by enchantments, but by astronomical assurances. Predictions have been made through the inspiration of divine will alone and the spirit of prophecy in particular. On numerous occasions and over a long period of time, I have predicted on numerous occasions and over, I predicted specific events far in advance, at attributing all to the workings of divine power and inspiration, together with other fortunate and of or unfortunate happenings foreseen in their full unexpectedness, which have already come to pass in various regions of the earth. Yet I have wished to remain silent and abandon my work because of the injustice not only of the present time, but also for most of the future. I will not commit to writing. Since government sects and countries will undergo such sweeping changes, diametrically opposed to what now obtains, that were I to relate events to come, those in power now, monarchs, leaders of sects and religions, would find these so different from their own imaginings that they would be led to condemn the latter centuries will learn how to see and understand. Bear in mind also, our Savior's words, do not give anything holy to the dogs, nor throw pearls in front of swine, lest they trample them with their feet and turn on you and tear you apart. So let me find the part about his bloodline real fast.
They were talking about pearls and swine earlier in chat, much earlier.
Really?
Yeah. It's funny that it's back when I think Nostradamus has come up, and a few people were quoting that what you just read, but it's funny he categorized it as a monster, and he won't be alive to protect his son from it. A monster.
Yeah. Because where does he talk about his bloodline?
Don't monsters attack you in your sleep? Aren't we? It's monsters in your sleep.
Ew, that reminds me of the freaking Idaho killers, and I'm not okay.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, in his time, 1600s, they never believed in monsters.
Huh, that's true.
No, there was no monsters. None. Only in your sleep.
Where the hell is the part where he talks about his bloodline? He talks about, oh yeah, they do only get you in your sleep. That's creepy.
Look at your hand. Look at your hand. I'll refresh everyone's memory. Look at your hand. Concentrate on looking at your hand tonight in your
I don't
dream.
think I could ever do that. My mom used to tell me that all the time when I was little, and I could never do that.
You had to we had this conversation long, long ago, and you can. You don't say you can't. You can't. Anyone can. You can. Just like you learn to read, walk, talk.
Well, I think I do it. It's just when I come to, I don't remember doing it. Where is the part of the the eternal God, inspiration? We're by the prophet. So talking about the religion, I want to talk about where your bloodline comes from. Okay.
I'll give you an example of that hand thing real quick. When people do ayahuasca and mushrooms and peyote, they highly recommend you do not look at a mirror. If you're around mirror, they cover mirrors. Any sane person would not have a mirror around when you're on those type of hallucinogenics that open your mind.
Oh hell no! I don't look in mirrors like when I have the opportunity. I don't look in them, especially at night. No, thank you. I've done it a few times and I've seen shit.
Well, I've been on mushrooms many a time in my life, and I was daring back when I was younger. I was into this shit, and I'm like, huh. I gave it a try. Spooky, man. Never did it again. Never did it again. It ruined the whole buzz. It was like what they call a bad trip from that point on.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it was not anyone who tells a story. It's not you. It is not you. It's not who you. It's alien. It's not. I'm not saying it's human looking. It looks just like that, but there's no association. It's scary. Very scary.
Oh man, that's just like scary.
Yeah. I spent the rest of the 6, 7 hours just hoping to get down. I just want to come down, playing with Play-Doh, man, not making nothing, just back and forth. I just want to come down. I just want to come down. Get me out of here.
Right. Oh wait, hold on. It's right here? Okay. His grandfather on his paternal mother's side. Doctor. King of Jerusalem. Calabria. Didn't we just talk about Calabria?
Calabria?
Yeah.
Man, we've talked about a lot tonight, man. I'm serious. I'll
I
be
know,
honest. There was times I was reading chat and looking at chat, and I do the what? What was that again? Yeah,
like, where'd you go down the rabbit hole again?
yeah. Not that disrespectfully ignoring you. It was like I can't do both at the same time, especially if like I'm trying to concentrate.
I can't find the part where he talks about how his bloodline is associated with the Oracle of Delphi. So maybe if I type Pythia, trying to find it in the book and it's annoying me. I know it's right in the beginning in the letter to his son, but I can't like find it, but I know he was talking about it.
You've talked about it before. I remember you saying he was trying to protect his was it an unborn? Like his wife was pregnant when he was dying or something, or a young?
No, he was like 3 or 4 years old. So he was writing a letter to him, even though he was 4, and he was writing it like it. Oh, here we go. Was it this one? Reminds the king of Spartan lawgivers. No. Where the fudge bucket did it go? He was only 4 years old at the time when he was writing the letter, but the way in which he wrote the letter makes it seem like he was a grown adult. I don't know. The last book of Nostradamus. Every time I want to try and find something that I need, I can never find it. So great.
So it was basically an insurance policy if anything ever happened to him and he wasn't around to tell his son about this monster.
Yeah, he already knew he was on his last like days because he was already really sick, and that's why he wrote it. And then he said, "Okay, I spent my whole life creating these prophecies, and um, yeah, the Life of Nostradamus talks about the Calibria. Oh, I think it is this one. Hold on, Michael. No, it needs to be the letter because he's talking to his son, and in the letter he's saying like the secrets in my heart, like secret to decoding his prophecies. He's saying like you can't just read the prophecies and know what I'm talking about. There's like a trick to it. And so historians and researchers for like since 1994 basically have been trying to figure out how to actually decode Nostradamus's prophecies. And so the son ended up giving it to, I think, the Vatican or something. His son Caesar Nostradame, he
They,
ended up giving it to, I think, the Vatican or someone close to the Vatican after his father's death.
oh my God, they got to him. They got to him.
Yeah, because this is the key to the hidden prediction, which you will inherit, will be locked inside my heart. And
So
so it's got to.
all his father's hard work to release this and save his life and preserve it, his son just went off and threw it to who he was trying to protect it from. Wow.
Yeah, he talks about how their whole family go through the bloodline of the Oracle of Delphi, and that's why and how they can do what they do. I'm just trying to see where. Wait, did they just talk about the circumspect? Okay. Um. Okay. It might be this. These powers are subject to other influence arising from the force of good. This warmth and strength of prophecy invites us. Blah blah blah. I think it's somewhere right here. But I'm a son, just you here obscurely as regards to occult prophecies. Once was such. Talks about his dad, and it's like super interesting. Reasons proceeds from the divine power of Almighty God. Blah blah blah. I don't know why it's taking me a while to find the stupid part. I know it's here. I know it exists. It's just like it loses me every time it starts talking about like God's power and blah blah blah. I need the bloodline. Mark me well. Knowledge of things cannot be implemented. Why doesn't it have the Oracle of Delphi up in here? I know it mentioned it. Talks about the soul, philosophy, Vulcan.
I have no idea where it is at this point. It's annoying me. I just know that for a fact he did say that they come from the bloodline of the Oracle of Delphi. And that is how they can do what they do. But I don't know where in the heck the part is set in here, and I don't know why. It talks about the Golden Age. It talks about 177 years, 3 months and 11 days. Some other weird name. What in the hell? Oh wait, is this also him? Oopsies. Maybe I did. Okay. King. Yeah, no, I don't know where it is right now, but trying to figure out where his dad, I think it was his dad, who was the direct descendant. No, father. Maybe it just got taken out. I don't know.
It's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah,
I'm,
left here.
I'm sure we'll pick this up. I'll jump in at a later time.
I didn't go to sleep because I have work tomorrow and I'm gonna be a cranky bitch.
My brain is mush, man. It's been thinking since this morning. My brain is mush.
I'm just like, I don't want to go back to work because I'm supposed to be off. I've been off for 3 days. Don't make me go back right now. But yeah, definitely a good time to end it. Don't even know how many are left in here, little stragglers. I'm not even on here. Oh, there's like 17 people left. You guys are the real MVPs. Anyways, thanks for hanging out with me, Street.
Always a pleasure, man.
Hey, have a good night. Bye, everybody.